Kuta. Miss Eliason, Marcy listeners into Janabaya Kia Kiatar and Conseil. Minister Statement. Minister for Housing NWT. Mr. Speaker, dut a kebet or on that dut Dëne Sahara did dut a thoughts and dialogues and aliada nezons heitilo. Had at the sense of Nanek Ayaha. Had at the housing NWT Kayasi, the local housing organizations, Stalino, dut at the thaw, quantine last year, you send Alia had the sense of Nanek Ayah. Since at all Puniter Kuto like 278 Hanat a coin who lino desinja at Zananagaya Senalieha. Had added a housing NWT. Housing NWT held local housing organizations or contractors who are Constantly has said that GNWT to the Kagai's $150 million ne on the load on to the quantum as on the sea lights you to quan you lights what is seasonally seal to that quick elo ayun and it net you seasonally had elo had added a quick elo had concha how at Hakalcha e bati hadelo e hatura siliado haida. Kutida kebet or adelo dese at Zananaka se don't know throw that at Zaro jot as a nilsia. Had added our thoughts and quiet on had added us and strength and ha adelo had added on Dëne and not this in the sonata. Had Edric Eckert, it is a Nanaka Quansanal in it, a thaw loss in the zone had a lot snilo. Had Edric at U Quan Helagalata, how none Tennessee, it and a Santa coin is not delo, 8 ayum patilo, had Edric the answer that they had it in a harb, hiring like Ayapaquana Teha. Had Edric a Quansia cases. A sister, a quantia canis on strength and eight. I know hello. Mr. Speaker, Anet Ejan Quan, Kekalai 94 units, Lunconats, and Quan Sanal Yacht, a web board for Delta Aya. It's a Kenan Aya, see the Tak to Yak Taco, getting quantity on Sanal Yacht. Nahante Gaya, they had a lawyer, they quantity Sanal Yacht Fort Simpson, North Slaves and had their nonuts and son law to it a quansal yao, it's a fourplexal yao wati, 49 units a year the Sanal Yalo. with Norman Wells, ku 102 units sanal yaw South Slave Kaya. Hat atwit a kwan sanal yasi. Hat atwit a hatlerish chair. Kui Pathanade to the housing and WTC Tanat at Sampa Honsi $14.7 million on it to the LHOs and Nihat Descents on the neck AR. Had added at Ukwayo Senal ye had with at 2026 Boni the hat Descents on the neck AR. Had added it log any leo Hatanel Kanat Elo. Had added our Beaufort Delta AR sits into hat it and Kwagala not and only sip and earned is at Elo. Had added Kwana zone senalia had with Antene not there papa. Had added a JNWTC to that Sampanin la de Henry Log Ayat and its new and gone it and a Queensland Delaware and the low to the Quayon Senaliasi a hat or the known on them. Had added at the Hatano Canon tradespeople the local business city but city low. Had hayon adiona ancient and journeyman certified had tanet at the Nagatala Naluto da Quahalagalata. Had to the programs when their sinners not a apprenticeship at our hazard the Sinal Cano. The quantity serene the no to the plumber and carpenter comb oil. At to the housing and WTC can zone to the Ion and the Helagata and to the LHO's hello. Who had to the Quansi can zone Ion partnership with Department of Infrastructure to the pilot project no all and it get lost and then it in had elo had to the then to unlock it city had no cannot elo. Had added a housing and WTC social housing maintenance programs the honey their low. Had at the sense of Nanek AIA, had or sonant on low. Had added you at a tight edit. Tirelo to it and Quahagatal and Natentanio had a mercy the series into it housing local organizations so to it contractors down to it iron trades at the now I want to like does it came mercy the series in at to that kind of zone quan zone then a coin is not dates and got a light dollar. At to it had John to it and thoughts until they say to it Quantan say you pick a lot had a low mercy senalia. Mercy member statement minister statement Minister NTPC Mr. Speaker don't handle don't know hell near the Board of Governance Instructor Future Hanoni on citizens on the neck to the Power Corporation to the NTPC to Kuyunada are to that Hatsano to that or you want to see it Ella to the Pixan Dagalai Talo Descents on the neck to the government hello. Mr. Speaker, don't I see to that. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé to the hybrid board of directors Stanley had added on the neck at that is it the sense on the neck to it in that case the government's internet gets at the Hadelo had added a governance on your say. Had added a board seat Judy sitting at the Cheryl Yatıé so la del guy had to utility executive heading letters and Sananek Ayahat a financial management the Helagala now had added at equity and Helagala Nasutra board Ayat and Tagalataro had added at the Sunklin Harrell Altetan to the public sector regulator technician technical experience to Ayat Ayat Ilu to the thoughts into that old Katalahe na hasi. At that with members with a board at that is it with a hundred like ayats arat and the law. At that with a kid at Uha on Sip and all pick a galata had a law. Ku 2025 ku the board of directors honi through to NTPC to NT Hydro chu hat at the sense of nanek hat oder bei egalata lo zin kanal to see to da see het elo kun asatana ta you het elo in the lo climate to nuet e honi the et tuancha honi the lo e chwa the honi lalat elo hat to that ulla hil to that un the hitel sit the sense of nanek to da satana you see het elo in the lo Kutui hat uda saugata lai tare kanda hat ut ahil setiti sis anita latelo. Kutui da ja porchan ya pula chena setelo natayan kilta NTPCC chu da NT hydro chu la son na cholat edelu ti sei leha. Hat after the government patagaro to the board e patagaro the NCPC plan you na that's into that ogata lai na sit to the hybrid board hill. Hat NTCPCC kegatala no hat uda noni aha ne lo hat thoughts and highlight earth yet is in sanan kaya mercy member statement member Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Januari had viele collèges nordiques francophones.
The only post-secondary Francophone institution was opened in Canada, north of 66 Rarible, ever since his family in
2011 Kawu to the college say hat to the atom program so to it at that hanal kan anono alo hat to it on pan light and hanal kan say hat to it on its any seal hat to the borders you lagats and you kano no never do I want clap like that hat to the francophone halagalata say to the all unity has say to the francophone communities hiring like AL not the sense on the neck AL say hat to that also could happen like can seal hat that none the calte title see papaya kill silo to the you nuggets and this cannot tell how could to ne son lat eole at oil ye has seal some party hulin la tet or la seha could it a federal government had the low 2 million in and 2 million could some park in Nelchuni lo to it a car territory to Canada ha could some park kai canal to not all the that la hilsi ha a but hat to the thoughts and to that on a hat to ya kill in the son di lo ayo tsening sent out anagalata halo don't to unlock it to it is at elo hat an ya kinatra ne halo hat jara kui ponsen hat don't at oha on say hat to that programs katalata se penal behel ha alelo hat at the sent at sanana ya to it hatan can say to it no que si to it at least con other and then no que te kwa her ni lat elelo hat to that Quebec egalata at de allo hat to the francophone say but it de ha allo
Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il n'y a aucune justification pour ne pas soutenir le Collège nordique francophone. Quand le Collège répond à la demande d'éducation en français, cela montre que les droits linguistiques français ne sont pas seulement un devoir pour le gouvernement, ils représentent une opportunité de favoriser le succès à travailler ensemble du territoire nord-ouest. Je vais à des questions pour le ministère later today. Merci.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member statements. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish my eldest child and only daughter a happy 33rd birthday. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm that old. Haley Rogers, my daughter Haley Rogers, we first moved to Inuvik. I think she was 1 year old when we went up there. Obviously grew up in Inuvik, went off to U of A, got her teaching degree, taught in Inuvik for 6 years, Mr. Speaker, and actually was a page in this house. I can't remember the assembly when Mr. Rowland was, when Premier Rowland was here. She now resides in Anchorage, Alaska. She resides there with her husband, Staff Sergeant Anthony Ross of the U.S. Air Force, and she's now just about completed her psychology degree, which I'm sure will come in handy once I retire. So I want to wish her the happiest of birthdays, very proud father, obviously, and can't wait to see her this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Nunavut Lake. Member statements. Member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sini Margot Bayan Danny Katie, Mr. Speaker. On June the 8th, I had the privilege of joining Premier R.J. Simpson, Minister Cleveland, and Minister McKay on a visit to the community of Cove Lake, where we met with Chief Kishon and the Council of Bedzayu First Nation. This visit marked an important milestone for the community. Together, we signed a work plan that sets out clear timelines and steps towards building a new junior kindergarten to grade 12 school in the community. This work plan represents more than just a document, Mr. Speaker. It represents accountability, partnership, and a shared commitment between the Bedzayu First Nation and the Government Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, our time in the community was focused on listening to priorities, strengthening relationships. The new school will be more than just a learning center. It will serve as a community hub, supporting culture, language revitalization, and student well-being for generations to come. On the interim, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to report that the Cove Lake School 3 Modulars complex arrived in the community this morning. The journey took 650 kilometers under very challenging seasonal winter road conditions for dimensional loads. A big must-see to the Department of Infrastructure and the transportation crew. This proves a united approach proves successful and contributes to achieving education under successful modern interior conditions. Mr. Speaker, this defines collaboration when governments work together with First Nations. When departments coordinate effectively, we achieve meaningful results. Later, I'll have questions to the appropriate minister. Merci.
Okay, member from the Sahtu. Member statements. Member from Toonaday-Willowday.
Mr. Speaker, as a former chief of the Yellowstone First Nation, going back to 1990s, I had the privilege of working with Chief and Council, a working committee that was made up of negotiators, lawyers, community members, and former leaders. Alongside my colleagues, we worked to establish a resource development agreement with BHP Bilton, Diamond Mines, De Beers, Gotcha-Coin, and out of those agreements, we got skilled miners, skilled tradesmen, and heavy equipment operators. Through these efforts, I have learned how challenging cultivating Indigenous-led mining economy can be, but also essential that work is to creating jobs, developing the skilled workforce, attracting investment, and opening business opportunities for our community members and developing corporations. This week, I just learned that Winter Bailey, a member of Dëne Sųłıné First Nation, has been honored with the Indigenous Trailblazing Award for Women in Mining by Women in Mining Canada, celebrating the Prospector and Development Association in Canada Convention. I want to extend my congratulations to her for this award, and I have long admired the important work she has done. Winter began her career on site in the mining industry and advanced into a leadership position with Diavik Diamond Mines, eventually becoming one of the first Indigenous women on Diavik management team. In her role, she has shared her expertise across Canada and the United States, South America, and Australia, building relationships with fostering collaboration with Indigenous communities and industry partners. Trailblazers is a fitting word to describe her. She has forged a new path by building strong partnership with Indigenous communities, negotiating and implementing long-term impact benefit agreements, ensuring high standards for training and establishing scholarships, apprenticeship programs that support Northerners residents entering mining and STEM careers. Her leadership sets a powerful precedence for future generations. Winter's work exemplifies what responsibilities community-focused mining can look like. She has advanced Indigenous participation, equity, and leadership while weaving traditional knowledge in the fabric of our northern economy. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my member statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Sůłıné Yatıé. Member from Sůłıné Yatıé seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Our territory has long and proud history of mining. As we navigate a low point in the economic cycle, we rely on incredible homegrown talent like Winter and the many individuals she's inspiring. Thanks to her vision and leadership, and our communities are building on her examples, creating a strong foundation of Indigenous expertise. We must harness that talent to develop a thriving Indigenous-led mining economy for the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Thank you, member from Sůłıné Yatıé. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North. Cheryl.
Mr. Speaker, I often stand up with lots of concerns about health care, but today I can say I'm finally hopeful we are headed in the right direction, at least for primary care. We know that at least a quarter of Yellowknife's residents are not yet assigned to a primary care team, and so I've been asking for a clear pathway with resources to get everyone attached to a team. It's not as simple as just making the list of patients longer for each team. That could actually make things worse and take away appointment slots by piling more paperwork on the limited pool of existing practitioners. Now, we finally got a commitment that a primary care workforce plan will be completed within the year, so we can set out how many and what kinds of practitioners are needed on these teams. Now, I've been yammering on about a healthcare workforce plan for 2 years now, so it's good to see it finally being done. We have a commitment to make renewed efforts to fill all existing vacancies of nurse practitioners and community health nurses on primary care teams, including those on temporary leave, such as parental leave. And I know it can be difficult to backfill these, but it's crucial to maintain patient access. We have a commitment to bring forward money in the May sitting to add more nurse practitioner and community health nurse positions to primary care teams where there's been chronic physician vacancies. And work will be prioritized to ensure that practitioners on the teams know exactly how they're supposed to work together with clear roles and workflows. Expanding the lab at Stanton to a 24/7 model will be a significant improvement for all NWT patients who need lab work done quickly in order to move forward with appropriate treatment. I'm also hopeful that putting in place nurse case managers will be a big step in improving the medical travel experience and lowering stress and hassle, as well as saving the system money. Ensuring that community health worker positions and home care positions are filled and properly supported, those individuals have the training they need and access to virtual supports and team supports, I believe will be significant. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member from Yellowknife North, is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So in closing, together, these commitments are significant, and I finally feel confident telling my constituents, both practitioners and residents, that in the coming year, they will begin to see real improvements on the ground in healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife North. Member statement. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, I spoke to this government's difficulties advancing bills in a timely manner which fall under our Intergovernmental Council protocol. I want to emphasize this is not the only area we struggle on legislative timelines or responsiveness, and I have a few theories as to why this is. One is what we are repeatedly being told by Cabinet, which is that our government has limited capacity to draft and move legislation forward. I think we need to look further into that aspect of this issue and consider the significance of it to my next point, which is our government's apparent difficulty responding to emerging or specific issues. In this area, it's a bit of a mixed bag. With Bill 15, our Assembly demonstrated an ability to act so quickly on an emerging issue that we passed a bill through all its stages in a matter of weeks. But on other issues raised by the public or MLAs, they have not been met with openness or responsiveness. In the follow-up to delivering our report on Bill 29, I spoke with firefighters who mentioned that they had been liaising with the WSCC and advocating for changes to bring the NWT in line with other jurisdictions on presumptive coverage for 7 years prior to a private member's bill finally coming forward, not a government bill. During review of Bill 26, another private member's bill, nurses presenting to committee cited decades of advocacy on the issue of establishing a labor relations board, which has only this year, in response to the pressure created by Bill 26, been proposed by the government to finally be resolved through legislation. Mr. Speaker, there is a place for private members' bills when addressing very specific amendments or minor changes, but private members' bills are limited in their ability to address complex legislative change, issues which require a lot of input and expertise, or coordination with other jurisdictions. Furthermore, what does it say about the effectiveness of government if we have to increasingly rely on private members' bills to advance issues of public interest? We have a unique form of government, and I think one of the arguable drawbacks of consensus is the government doesn't have as strong of an incentive structure to respond to public pressure. For that reason, I think we need to think more about how GNWT can improve its responsiveness as part of our ongoing cultural shift towards service orientation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Member statements. Member from the Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Across the Northwest Territories, our families and our communities continue to feel the heavy impacts of alcohol misuse. We see it in the hurt that families carry, in the strain on our frontline workers, and in the weight our communities shoulder as they work to keep people safe. Alcohol misuse affects every region of this territory, and it touches people from all walks of life. These harms are not numbers on a page. They are lived experience, shared stories, and generations of trying to heal. Communities have been asking for support and for change for a long time. That is why in March 2023, the government of the Northwest Territories released its first alcohol strategy. It was built from conversations with leaders, service providers, and people with lived experience. And it laid out 15 actions meant to reduce harms through better prevention, safer communities, stronger supports, and coordinated actions. The goal was clear: to have all actions completed by March 31st, 2028. But Mr. Speaker, nearly 3 years later, I have not seen any updates on how this work is progressing. I know there is internal reporting, but that information has not been shared with the people who are directly affected. And while researchers have written about how the strategy was developed, there is nothing that tells us how things are changing today in our homes and in our
Mr. Speaker, do not care the 2028 target diti leno. Tla Allah haleo tla kegala taune zon lo tla la beteti real ea. Had a kebet or odd that eluded a law says he had a minister responsible quants and other zebras cur. Mercy. Mercy Decho. Member Statement. Illness Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Don't you think insurance why you not need to say something like that? Could it best chen out and a time certainly let a little sense on the neck air.
In the old system, when an accident happens, the first
Cool, said, don't see that also best chance it concert, you do to insurance and insurance nursing, how to I am best chance at earth, you are in low. Cool, constant a young chow, con after a best channel. You're dead to an actual young on night, on your secret on the net in her on the little insurance, so you had it a constant next near one new. Had to had only to you had is still you had to it at least time you send a letter on the low. Go see to it you want and a cannon but a day on the low. And that with I want and it's a day that kiss like is a let a on cool. John well can't in no gas another connected at the to it up Bechana quite aren't you connected no gas see that soon sell you had it to that the Naganaya keep coins in sell yellow. Had anyone in Natlin at a thing nicely Natlin hello. Cool three. Kuja Canada Gaya had it with you descent on any Gaya night this you not enter it at all. Then the Helagala said to the best channel earth, you are the accident not its own earth. Cool can't say a chow connect with Ionesis get Nanti at the turn thing on Lusat or a hot eaten but at you are mercy.
General meeting.
Kucha words banquet na ya don't think don't that there's our Kahoother say. Hot after the Department of Municipal Affairs in it a seat and a conenia de lo. Hot after it on lata nezonta CC at there. Hot after the community government style new that a sip on it due to that the Dëne Sųłıné now can as on that this in as on that. Had edward a word bond on siege when the hand bands at and alluded the municipal services to programs Helagala Nasi to then. Had edward a Henry like ARC to a Kenneth and so on now, then a coins nuts at there. 10 ton. Good to see to it. I seek a lot on the policy. A yard a lot of Ketagaro, Hasha on the zone. So, I don't in that seek a lot of it to the quants on other environmental. I want seek a lot of a six hunk a lot of that. Good to it. A higher like ARC to it and Atani than a sino at un zone than set on us at the quants on other to higher like AR to a Kenneth on hot on the hat with it's a dear on the lieutenant at it and not the garret and it's unknew you had is about guard what the chinyard or. Kuja Nunijan Konats and Kosh and hiring log ARC a Tagata like I had a loot at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Had that is a win on in with the cho regency, at the regency sense and not thought or seek a got a line not a low. Had at it and a sanra due to it and need at the chenyon, the needs gets an acetylene and a carsel in the nezon tight, they had at an a sanharat and jalo do. Had at it out. At the net city there you had to hurry like at the corners on the low to the health and wellness I had with an hella colos na honey say. Go in a honey built a had at in the Community Excellence Award brand aha. Member statement Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, don't do it, Zinga. Do it, I see us hosting honey, do it, actually, cause a got. John Nenek Ayate. Good, then I got that Connie is a cause. Had it on Dëne City, not did it, but up and knee, not Kevin Caesar Junior. Kevin C. A. Nigeria. I see on another know what it's a quilliana. Nick and your dance. Cool, you say to Tata Helnick and Yellow. MECP2 duplication syndrome, hat a holy hell. Nigeria, neither know. Thoughts and Hannah Highlight Nilo. Hat only Kevin C. at all who's nani than low. Hayo not sir to who's nani than not is a cause of penny not sir low, but either not sir. Koi se kui hat it at tapets a hat or to snani than there. Do the Betsy Quisi, but not sir that. Could it at Kevin C. Junior Peskins Ashley. Kevin Senior a Rapayasa a you see, Zinkanel Upert in low. It wasn't Payazes illness on Kilnian low a so a Nilahule had that with all night at OC, then it's equisi with the best equisa cat art eye on a canton, so not rights in. Some can't rights in, yon ik hail Nilo to that Kevin Seat on a year. And as into that Kenneth on a sen or salo. Kenneth on a kill no cum march nake marched on nakeno cow a at your chella causes he who lelo. Mr. Speaker, had that to that Kevin to that unique and Fahinello Hanalu Sina had that on Sapaha had that Jano Halasin to that Kevin Behats in Hani Siram. Could you see Chelquaza who's none than on Natser at the real Salo, had only a lilo. Latin a lint, you best queer, you can't zombie kill Nilo. Could you see Kevin Secret on your behelat and say your theatre? A bequan what is in. Could the way I can't say y'all had a thought and do it on the bunk you, but ill, but seal, Biscano. Could the low income supporter crow disability program a social housing or crow in late at the low? Could kiss a bit at the abakur john little deep at the la ek the at a papatoil note erlo. Mr. Speaker. Kuchan, you had ura no helnazon galatalelo notes a government. Kuno in Tennessee kepail neha Doit is keu hat doit do so nai lo hat Dëne Sůłыné. Ku Kevin lat you hat kenes on the carpets lilo. Hat uli hat jaila. Mr. Speaker, doit nast Kepet or audit doit Kevin but behelat in ha. It's into it a hiring lag say you bener diha bekurchaha. Had doit hat Sůłыné Yatıé doit client internet to queen sin papahuni lade la hayun hiring lag not si papahuni lade. Had ayun escutane eno yup huna yeni senlo with in chan nanek then a chance the on that kind lad at Kevin Nisi. Had but uti dis new to that Clinton government to that is kwana ya say jump bullshit is kwana there. Where will it that is kwana there lo? Could is kwana there ku konats and nake sequisi a health another lo tona nakalas it's and chatzinga. Had that Kevin Chipewyan it on that condo had panahani had thoughts and to that teacher to Chipewyan ni had could do that Kevin to that Constant yao air could up hustle after that chala quasi benin lenison had that carry on the net and I cannot law Julio had to port in law. Ku Kevin hakalo hapakal ha anlo asi sang ha sia anlo to that usakutani yesi tini hanne anla ku pets ama hatilo hati eto that Kevin si ayuai ta taria kwaistan yab his in bakalies in not law hat oistan yard nilo. At the nesting on cabinet, Mercy and Nilo, but a part of a machos and not all that ye in low to that shall cause who low. Coy but a macho, but a part of that uya nation case so I start up at the on account, hat uya nation, do that was sick a gala head nine lenny the hat a little kept a yard sinking on at Nidana. Had that don't think as he chala cause but a ninking ada had only to that who ya learning in Lenny suit at out in a hell 9 row at unay on it you see a thop and ni had they had only don't think at 30 years and let up a herlion don't I adila. Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Our condolences.
I take a serious and that's it, but to put in but I killed to remember. You see your patins is at the channel held member statement. Recognition visitors in the gallery, Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sydney St. John. On John Hunkatet is it. Mobina Spears. But Ama Aurora. There's a Tanenek Ayas and Nonats and Chano John Not and Yellow. Aurora held neither town. A then Nizon held neither Port Good Hopes in. Koye Panthen, do it up a hast I has since Aurora say a company who bets and a Kate Simpson Ulia. And it's actually her name Aslo. What Ice Castle say you're the her name Azadnit, I cannot quality say, Mopina Jania say Alberta say. The Aurora Abbotsford in the yellow. Had a mercy no listeners in Janot as say. It's an entic, and
Visitors gallery, member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize and welcome my constituent Kyer Brannan to the Assembly. He is here as a page this week. I know that all of the members appreciate all of the pages, and I appreciate his time and efforts, and I hope he's learning about consensus government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member from Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je veux reconnaître Patrick Arsenault, directeur général du Collège nordique, et son équipe, Yakshini Boutou, Marilou Pilote, Christina Nguini, et aussi les étudiants en visite, Sophie Brodure, Michel Lemieux, Sarah Maud Lemaner et Nathan Cabot. Merci d'être ici aujourd'hui avec nous.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'd like to recognize 3 patrons from the community of Tsigachick, Ms. Sydney Van Loon, Ms. Rose Blake, and Ms. Ariana Corden. I'd like to welcome you to the Assembly, and we appreciate the work that you've done this past week, and thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of the visitors in the gallery. If we missed anyone in the gallery today, we welcome to your chambers. Hope you enjoy the proceedings. It's always nice to see people in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Motions. Member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. Okay. Member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion I have here today is protection of transboundary water and the rights of northerners. Whereas water is essential to ecosystem and communities in the Northwest Territories, and whereas water flows through interconnected watersheds that cross provincial and territorial borders, with Northwest Territories water strongly affected by the conditions in neighboring Alberta and British Columbia. And whereas since 2023, hydrology updates confirm that many Northwest Territories rivers and lakes have experienced record low or well below average water levels, reflecting severe ongoing drought conditions. And whereas upstream industrial development in Alberta, oil sands regions rely on large volumes of water and use of extensive tailing pond system. And whereas in 2022-2023, tailings affected wastewater seeped in at the Curl Oil Sands mine in Alberta beyond the lease boundary, and public notification was delayed for approximately 9 months, prompting concerns about downstream users, including communities in the Northwest Territories. And whereas Alberta Water Amendment Act 2025 merges the Peace Slave and Athabasca basins, introduces a new low-risk inter-basin transfer pathways, changes the environmental Indigenous organizations have warned may reduce oversight and heighten ecological and downstream risk. And whereas Alberta Water Amendment Act 25 proposes to allow the treatment or release of oil sands tailings despite the methods of treatment not being fully established and insufficient scientific evidence demonstrating that such action can be conducted safely, potentially impacting downstream water and watersheds in the Northwest Territories. And whereas the government of Northwest Territories, government of Canada and several provinces have adopted one project, one review approach to streamline environmental impacts assessments, including formal cooperation agreements with New Brunswick and Ontario, which aims to reduce duplication but also shift greater reliance onto provincial assessment processes. And whereas Indigenous leaders in the Northwest Territories have publicly raised concerns about inadequate consultation regarding Alberta Water Amendment Act 2025 and the potential severe impacts on watersheds and downstream users. And whereas Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution 1982 recognized and affirms existing Indigenous and treaty rights, including those under Treaty 8 and Treaty 11, which guarantees Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories the right to continue their traditional livelihoods such as hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering, which rely on the water and ecosystem of the Northwest Territories. Now, therefore, I move second by the member of the Dëne Sůłıné that this Legislative Assembly calls on the Government of the Northwest Territories to formally oppose Alberta Bill 7, Water Amendment Act 2025, and any upstream policies that could enable inter-basin transfer on basin mergers without robust science-based safeguards and fully considered of downstream impacts of the Northwest Territories. And further, that the Government of the Northwest Territories urge the Government of Canada to ensure that one project, one review agreement preserves strong enforceable protections for water quality, aquatic ecosystem, and cumulative effects oversight, including shared watersheds that affect the Northwest Territories. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure its transboundary water agreement allow for transparent, timely, and proactive notification and information sharing from Alberta and federal regulations regarding any incidents and releases or release with potential transboundary effects consistent with best practices learned from the Curl tailing seepage event. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories ensure that its transboundary water agreement allow for transparent, timely, and proactive notification and information sharing from Alberta and the federal regulations regarding any proposed or actual treatment, discharge, or release of oil sands tailings with potential transboundary impacts. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territory reaffirms that First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people must be meaningfully consulted and involved consistent with their rights on decisions affecting shared water and watershed governance. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories strengthen and publicly communicate its ongoing hydraulic monitoring and drought report for the Northwest Territories, including clear summaries of conditions, drivers, and implications for communities and the ecosystem. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories respond to this report in 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Trinidad Wellady. To the motion. Member from Dëne.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Water is life. This is something our elders have taught us for generations. It is something we know not just in our minds, but in our hearts. Many of us grew up drinking directly from the Mackenzie River or any river in the north, from the lakes, from the river, and from the clear streams that nourished our families and sustained our communities. Some of our people still do today. That deep connection to the land and water is not a memory, it is a living part of who we are. It reminds us that we have a responsibility, a duty to protect our waters so the future generations can enjoy the same gifts we were given. Mr. Speaker, every decision made in the Upper Mackenzie River Basin, whether in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, or the Yukon, flows down to us. The GNWT has clearly acknowledged this reality. The NWT is the ultimate downstream jurisdiction, directly impacted by upstream water management decisions. When large-scale industrial activities such as oil and gas development, pulp and paper operations, and hydroelectric projects occur upstream, it is our waters, our ecosystems, and our people that bear the consequences. Because of this, Mr. Speaker, we can't rely on hope alone to protect the safety and purity of our water. We must take action. Over the many years, the government of the Northwest Territories has done just that through the negotiations of transboundary water agreements with upstream jurisdictions. These agreements are rooted in the 1997 Mackenzie River Basin Transboundary Waters Master Agreement, signed by Canada, British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, the Yukon, and the Northwest Territories. This master agreement commits all parties to work cooperatively to protect the ecological integrity of the entire basin and to make decisions in a way that sustains the water resources for present and future generations. Mr. Speaker, these agreements are not just technical documents. They are powerful tools that affirm our right to clean water, that recognize the importance of aquatic ecosystem health, and that ensure upstream governments cannot unreasonably harm downstream jurisdictions like ours. Bilateral agreements with Alberta, British Columbia, and updated agreements with the Yukon set clear expectations for water quality. Groundwater protection and ecosystem health. They require cooperation, information sharing, and joint stewardship. They give us a seat at the table so that decisions affecting our waters are not made without our knowledge or our voice. These agreements also recognize something fundamental, the central role of Indigenous peoples and Indigenous knowledge in protecting the land and water. The Mackenzie River Basin process and its bilateral agreements emphasize the importance of Indigenous participation, ensuring that traditional knowledge and community experience shape decisions that affect our shared waters. This is not only good practice, it is an expression of respect for the people who have cared for these lands since time immemorial. Mr. Speaker, protecting our water is not just environmental policy. It is about the health of our families, the safety of our food source, the well-being of our communities, and the future of our culture. Water holds our stories, our history, and our responsibilities. It connects all of us, upstream and downstream alike. As legislators, we must continue strengthening our protections, holding upstream partners accountable, and ensuring that the commitments made in these important agreements are upheld. We must continue speaking for the water, because the water cannot speak for itself. And we must always remember that the decisions we make today will shape the world our children and grandchildren inherit. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I fully support this motion and its goal of protecting the waters and the rights of the people of the Northwest Territories. Merci.
From the date show to the motion. Member from Trinidad-Willity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this motion is the health of our people. My communities face alarming high rates of cancer, chronic illnesses that are forced our people to face serious challenges at an even younger age and take our elders from us too soon. In the past year alone, as the MLA for Trinidad-Willity, I have contributed to over 20 funerals, and that is only a fraction of the loss of our communities have endured. Countless others are battling cancer and serious illnesses, and my office works tirelessly to advocate for them and ensure their treated rights to health are honored. This is an experience I know I share with my colleagues who represents Indigenous communities, because our people are far more likely to be affected by cancer and other serious illnesses. These disparities in health and well-being of our people are stark examples of ongoing inequity of our community faces, with Indigenous people experiencing these health risks as much higher rates than non-Indigenous population. Our people spend much time on the land, sustaining ourselves directly from hunting, fishing, trapping, and we rely on these waters, on our ecosystem, which rely on these waters as well. When the land and water are sick, we are sick. Here in Yellowknife, we live
Good job, Paula Chesi, what giant mine I lay your night de lo. Hat atut a giant mind sebanar ayo need seen the ayo no silder lo sino ayo tinder in lodge that government is in the law. Hat atut a sibet on a church a hella got a light on the lahay nalo atut a knee out and ye tau. Kui sibet atut at the yard and another thought there. Kui tut a policy o tut a sibet on a jersey at a bahatlea on. Hat atut a reconciliation chaos a yon sisel ye has nelo. That's an attack authority on. Hat to let one of thoughts and he tell her on Lotuna Sony tell her that. Hat atut a government say to that treaty rights you see house near her on the law see Gala nada. No need to that. United in no has near on. Hat atut a transparent Kuwa Alberta ARC is either a knee at Testornas at Tessie, but artisans on the neck ARC to that Tesla on in Lindsay. Hat escorte I still Kuatite is I but artisan could see the destin the Janitasia night in about Hunilla had a low hat air to that Ukuhela Galata say to that transboundary agreement had a clear on the natural yeah had a halini lowly at Tonto natural at Ello 5.4 million liters have had it with and had eskunik isne lunik isne low. That the company Alberta Energy Regulators are unique Good to the government of Northwest Territories to that the Dëne Sųłıné called to the Tagar the Hanos at the Lelo. Koi as another town Wahanit on Hanos at the Lo. Good at edited at on Nigat a sea hot thing see you to the Nezon Galanella say cotton hundreds at the on the loader at a coup. The scene clearly the sea easy. Coach all. Could you see you do that or another see you see what Alberta say in it I see on the law. Had do it a transboundary agreement only not certainly at least 18 CJ and WT Behel had do that Udali had do that Seno Shane on the law. You know that's another legend in a Patuan had do that Bill 7C is an allier under that coach it is a law say. Go to that coach although you had to say cancel her unless Nilo. Go to it a Vancouver to it a Hanse to it a Hanet a coup Nick is Nilo. Go a your yacht as Ed says it in like Quan either a higher laws what they want to law either Papa Honilla had a law. Go to it at least an allier ha. Had that with a transboundary agreement in as only the same law year. Do it I could a could show at I had can I had dollar citizens on an air to it I had less do it any el kui see the own sandy had a queer see to that shadow to it I sit at an ilia see high canal to see the papa honilla had a law the sense on an air night this year 600 and a law had that to that transboundary agreement say consilia had I known it that Utaril Nasi and that and the Zontaril Nahadilla right and the Kuni to it at the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé say to that Alberta government of Hansa what and a Ganaki coins no kin and the Zon Hallo Yeresalia. Had that to that nation to nation relationship, but you had to be a galatawa. Go to that transboundary agreement say to no Nagaya de lo Sanalia on the lo not Sirlund elo. Had that to the consensus government ayaha. Had that to the Ion thought to be a galatao. Did Ion beheld another Lenny say? Could Dwi at ut sto gatalata si di baba isn hatle ha adelo. Dwi at gatalina en son lat elo konde ha. Sat o den anel nun nuninot en halni ha adelo. Hat atut akut alwat in it isi pati ha. Ku dwi da Alberta gaya sul da bilateral agreement in a Pagana king ando hat eja tatil tisi saya kill sin den so hanisana da do da treaty rights kaya ten na teo kaltetsi ko si no ya kinatser ha hat edward an National Indigenous Co-Management Act yal konda ko do da you na federal government si MOU zo Alberta hello regulatory ayun at least ayun say hey lelo had ordered that strategic
Must protect our rights of our health and our waterways, ensure
had added our federal government see by healthy kill say on the luno nal northern on the that okata sinners in the no nano palne ku Alberta citizens exhibits a rights only the law kuna ne cha ya hayu la ke ya che zanan ke ya nai te si your this ke ya ai no ni ta no pa honi la to ha de ai ha to da sit a lot a cut deal see mercy Mr. Speaker to the motion from Lake mercy Mr. Speaker Matthias Kiela good work at the net at us any at oyun yakinatserni la hat as yakinatsernis and not libets at Thursday mercy Mr. Speaker to the motion great slave mercy Mr. Speaker see the hat at a motion bezini on say a sipanay kilo to it announced February 26 ku a aton to it asaya ki aton helada year member great slave to the motion member from Mackenzie Delta mercy Mr. Speaker see the could do that thoughts if the Baganite Charlie Snowshoe Huli in the Anash Kilo. Had that entered a coup has new coots on Cassius Q. Well, Alberta to that Ukuhela Catalai no John no Kunonic eatness only see. This Kuwait, northern part of Canada, chaos is there. High thoughts any land to loot your desk. Mercy. Had the exhibits at Thursday. Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. Yolnif Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Kenneth Onya Kini Lao not certain on the Senate a motion. Had the exhibits at Thursday. Couldn't in a designated a planet ha. But I want to sit down now to but after I near you on the law. Couldn't see what on this gay on night till it thought this gay couldn't only cut the legend on in clear the law. Nezon de then I can't sketch out not dead at this gay not they say this and an air. Could not inland could do the jar see notes inland could sing there. Yolnif Center mercy to the motion. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Seat is there sits in there, but it's Thursday sits in it. Motion on say. Good to the Yolnif. Chief Draggy Center, not the Ottawa, the bet. The Ganata is cute to that since and saw her all to that Disney, so to that treaty, see not just I listen low. Hot a her on that. Could do that cool see but I got not a low. A pile name her on. Had that to that treaty rights at Elo to that in the something hard upper. Had that to that government see rest on to Alberta, see to the rest on that Elo. Had that to that. Had to remember to that motion on say mercy the same. Hat tuit a tuna the wala desi. Tuit a call Dëne pasatare lo. Desen sa nenek ayaha. Hat esi the Betatarsne. Range Lake to the motion. Member from Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, seat there. Hat tuit a motions and Tars neo notes in Osna the Haratit Osan. Good I don't and a haratilo kubat aga nahe dilo kubatina simulilla. Had up but Asia kids be a kidneys auto a mercy chop. Member Satu to the motion Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, do the cabot or order descends on the Ayaba. Guri that chose sits any hatilo that chose but are did a kuda agat nilo. Had an the time I had a bit utters near the motion. To Bacha. Mr. Speaker, had added a motion ya kinint on lo. Had added a cabin member seated yeah. Yik etlikis hala. Tuna the walada. Had added the bond not the kini aho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, did I use it any say I use it at our nisi. Had added etlikis and under the who cars in. Tuna the walada. Had added who car na like on any then see no she. Tuna the walada. Decho. Satu. Yelnef Center. Range Lake. Newbuck Lake. Mafui. Frame Lake. Great Slave. Mackenzie Delta. Yelnef North. Inland is then see no she. Sikis Halesino she. Members Bacha. Yelnef South. Cam Lake. Hare River North. Hare River South. Newbuck Twin Lakes. Nanakput. Any and songs that I knew to the science thing she gets highlighted. Motion. Yelnef Center. Mercy, Mr. No, not a motion is true that the electoral boundary. See, gonna ask curious in 483 brackets 1 brackets 1 to the final report. See to it not John Neil Truth no at least 2025 2026 to it electoral boundaries commission a banana there hot as he says in our honorable Yelnef South it's entering table 483-20 brackets 1 2025 26 commissioners fund report committee as a whole but I'll choose in it Yelnef Center to the motion a barrel car neural car any then that ni así que dale sí motion Yelnef Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, to the Legislative Assembly compensation a Banaski. Good to 445-20 brackets 1 2025 review members Northwest at the Giants in Neil Chudu John at the Patlakes coins in 2025 review of the Austin and attended to the compensations on cloth. At that with Ayon, but the honey behella law. At Assis Zini on Yelnef South Ontario to the table document 485 2025 review Legislative Assembly Compensation Report. Committee of the Whole, but I'll choose a unit. Illness Center.
Has been called. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Motions. Member from Ophwe.
So do I read things? Okay. Okay. I have two motions, Mr. Speaker. Waiving of rent for elders in public housing unit. Mr. Speaker, whereas elders age 65 and over living in public housing in the Northwest Territories often face financial hardship due to fixed incomes and rising costs of living. And whereas the limited affordable housing options in the Northwest Territories disproportionately affects elders in smaller and remote communities. And whereas elders contribute significantly to the cultural, social, and community fabrics of the Northwest Territories and deserve dignity and security in their housing. And whereas elders play a vital role in preserving Indigenous languages, culture, and traditions, and ensuring their well-being strengthens communities. And whereas housing insecurity among elders can lead to negative health outcome and increased reliance on health and social services. And whereas waiving rent for elders in public housing would reduce poverty, improve health outcomes, and support aging in place. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Decho, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the government of the Northwest Territories to implement a policy to waive rent for all elders age 65 and over residing in public housing units as soon as administratively feasible. And furthermore, that the government of the Northwest Territories responds to this motion in 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Ophwe. To the motion. To the motion. Member from the Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I want to voice my strong support for this motion, calling on the government to implement a policy to waive rent for all elders aged 65 and over residing in public housing. This is not simply a matter of financial relief, it is a matter of dignity, equity, and respect for those who have built and continue to sustain our communities. Across the Northwest Territories, elders living on fixed incomes face increasing financial pressures. The rising costs of food, fuel, utilities, essential goods place an ever-growing burden on those least able to absorb it. For many elders, every dollar is already stretched to its limit. When rent becomes one of the most significant monthly expenses, the result is hardship that no elder in our territory should experience, especially after a lifetime of contributing to the well-being of their families, communities, and cultures. This issue is even more pronounced in our smaller and remote communities where affordable housing options are extremely limited. Elders in these regions often face higher costs of living and fewer economic opportunities, intensifying the strain. Housing should not be a source of insecurity for the knowledge keepers, language holders, and cultural leaders who play such a vital roles in the life of the Northwest Territories. Elders are central to preserving Indigenous language, cultural practices, and community identity. When elders thrive, communities thrive. Ensuring stable and secure housing for elders supports healthy aging in place, allows them to remain in their home communities, and strengthens intergenerational ties that are fundamental to cultural continuity. There are also clear social and health benefits. Housing insecurity is linked to poor health outcomes and greater reliance on health and social services. By waiving rent for elders in public housing, the government would reduce poverty, reduce stress, and promote better physical and mental health measures that would likely reduce pressure on government systems in the long run. Rent waivers are not merely a financial policy, they are an investment in community strength and cultural resilience. They honor the contributions of the elders have made throughout their lives, and acknowledge the responsibility we carry to ensure they are cared for with the respect they deserve. For these reasons, I urge the members to support this motion. Let us act decisively to ensure that elders aged 65 and over living in public housing can live with dignity, security, and peace of mind. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Date Show. To the motion, member from Moultrie.
I want to say thank you to my colleague from Deschaux. Mr. Speaker, across the Northwest Territories, many elders who reside in public housing are facing increasing financial hardship. With fixed incomes and continuously rising costs of living, even modest increases in expenses can push elders into difficult choices between essentials like food, heat, medication, and housing. Mr. Speaker, these challenges are felt most acutely in our smaller and remote communities, where affordable housing options are limited and the cost of living is even higher. For many elders, public housing is not just a place to live, it is the only viable options available to them. We must remember that elders are the heart of our communities. They are the keepers of our languages, our knowledge, and our traditions. Their contributions, cultural, social, and emotional, enrich the Northwest Territories in ways that cannot be measured in dollars. Ensuring their well-being is not only an obligation, it strengthens families, communities, and the continuity of culture for future generations. Housing insecurity among elders is not just a housing issue, it has direct impacts on health, increasing pressures on our healthcare and social systems. By waiving rent for elders in public housing, we can reduce poverty, improve health outcomes, and support elders to age in place with dignity. Mr. Speaker, through this motion, we are expressing a clear expectation that elders should not longer face financial strain simply to maintain a safe and stable home. It urges the government to take meaningful action to eliminate rental costs for elders in public housing, ensuring they can age in their communities with dignity, security, and the respect they deserve. I urge all members to support this motion and reaffirm our commitment to honoring and protecting our elders. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Moultrie. To the motion, member from Ilnley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be voting in favor of this motion. I like the spirit and the intent of it. If anything, I based my career on a lot of it, supporting seniors and elders, and any way to make their life better is certainly an issue, I will take on, a fight I'll take on any time. I have not forgotten the journey of those who've come before us, and to me it's an important story of their life that we must make sure that the winter of their life is not as burdened as much as possible. As this is a public housing issue, I'm also worried, and it gives us a chance to do some evaluation with respect to it, to cost it out. And often I've thought about the issue, whereas it's just a shell game. For example, housing or maybe health is paying the rent. Sorry, my apologies. Income support is paying the rent of housing, which is just the government shell game, taking one money from one pocket, moving it into the next. And I don't see any true efficiency of that. It's like once people are assessed, you know, maybe that's when you say, okay, they've been fully assessed at this time. So we need to stop doing this process. All we're doing is making work and making paperwork, and that's certainly not efficient. This process could actually help define and save government money in the long run. So in short, Mr. Speaker, I'll be supporting this motion. I would like to know some details further along the lines when the government does its evaluation for implementation, because I'm confident they'll see the wisdom of this motion. And lastly, I want to thank the member for Montpuy. She continues to be an ardent champion on supporting elders as well, and I must acknowledge her strong will and the voice of her peoples. So I cannot imagine not helping carry some of that voice and passion with her. Thank you.
Member from Milne Centre. To the motion, member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as well to give support to this motion. I just want to reflect back to the 19th Assembly when we had a social development committee that traveled to Bishopco and to talk about housing in that community. And I recall we had an elder that came to that meeting, and it was very touching because that elder lived in public housing, but his senior income from his pension was about 80% garnished, and he got $20 a month. And that's very disturbing, all because the NWT Financial Act talks about that. So that act needs to be updated in line with UNDRIP. But Mr. Speaker, as we get claims done and self-government agreements done, similar to what's going on in Bishopco, you know, our elders are the ones that are, I guess, teaching us right from as we're growing up. And I was raised by an elder too, my grandparents, and it's very important that you know that these homes that they're talking about, that I really support this motion because it brings a lot of memories to them in these homes. But I got to think back too as well that in 2038, housing in NWT is also going to be their agreements with CMHC are going to come to an end. And what becomes after 2038? What becomes of all the housing assets, the liabilities? All that needs to get sorted out. So it makes only good sense that we start looking at this and look at ways to liquidate these assets, even if they're old. I'm sure that we could figure that out at a community level. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé. To the motion, member from the Sawtooth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will support this motion. I've had tea and bannock with a number of elders throughout the communities that I represent and talked to the elders in some other communities, and I don't think we should be treating our elders in their golden years of their journey, but be there to ease the tension. As we all know, the cost of living is so high in all our communities. They're really extremely battling the hardships of stretching their dollar values and still being there for their children, their grandchildren, who is always requesting some money assistance for their toys or whatever the children want or request at the time. So that's just part of parcel of my efforts to show support for our elderly community. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the Sawtooth. To the motion. To the motion, member from Tabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as this motion makes a recommendation to government, Cabinet will be abstaining from the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabacha. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So first I want to say I really appreciate the intent of this motion. My colleagues have spoken to the financial hardship that many elders experience, and I agree that it seems that even though we have housing subsidies and we have income support, that those things don't necessarily have appropriate thresholds and that we may be still demanding too much rent, for example, from people who are in demonstrated financial need. So it is a significant hardship on them. My colleagues also mentioned that it may be the case that elders who may not be in financial hardship or need
Couldn't I ask the city, but how you like a are not the city at the NATO there? At only to the petite ha the load at home quite a ulat at the sea at Sananakaya. Nani Quanasni and Quanasni is not a doilo, nani the hat ello some bahobits in la hat at it at all quabits at the Lysia. Sits any the hat dilo to that's I kisi. Ko to that some pine think out and a pony la lat elo to that it's el nahada. Ko can't enter on there. Sat elo so now at el natoilo. At all quarter answer the sipets at day ha and the Dëne Sųłıné internet at the hay new a yacht who till at the answer the only charter. Cook government see and I'll nearly to it answer the only charter to it at what till now low. I sent Neo. Had at a financial at some part and it's at this is at in your kid a financial support program who yellow to answer the pa. Had at uno honetisi to the income support or public housing to not they say a bananite ha to that all you have said. Had added a government and then see to the at a set some power. At all in this one that to the panel key seat had added a government sit agara you honey but all you had added a motion but centers neham, Mr. Speaker. Frame Lake motion to the motion. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sit the Hasan. Hatana Yuntana Yakini lot a gek or the Bakaski hello. Mr. Speaker Sinisano had added a banayal kilo John Zarka. Had added a social support authority on the law. At a you at home by a banayal kilo. Go to the Quan City as in a child petuni la roja. You'll never north at the low. Then a town quarrel in the low. Had added at the Nessun Hurl or sit out in it up. Quan Hurl in the Natahel key door the low. Had added a motion, see, but interesting had a low. Had added that Uhunatine then see had to that with the programs, then it's it yellow to the it's a deal in say. Could don't do the government how you at doing the hard nilo. Had added a hiring like a sitting in the Babahunila and hello Hachada. Had added the government had said they on the law. Had added at the government at Oil has said, Hayont and its city will in the Hat Ole said he see Hayont and its city and the law. Had that order seek a lot tower Hayont and its city land it Hat order nani there on. Had added that Usilia, Lisa, your personnel kill. A hazardous insinuation to Dut housing needs assessment sipik egala taas ni lo yung lahat le. Hat dut housing department ik egala na halo na zonglo. Hat dut motion presenters ni hat dut motion ni anse. To the motion. Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. See the at member Mofisi Mercy listeners into motion ni anse. A banayel ki lada. To answer the to anten swan nilo hat it held on nasi the by anayel kilo. Ku did seniors so answer those say to minister see. Mr. Speaker, it apana LK teresipits iti hat edward mercy listeners it a mofi motion of sense hat edward Minister of Housing NWTC da betsanal in law. Papa Nil Chuzat apana LK ampahel LQ hat edward anai programs pek egalata hasnin lo to ka panail kita inse. Hat the government CNS yung art uda kila in zeno you hat banana ito you kill sia mercy Mr. Speaker. To the motion. Member Range Lake. Mercy Mr. Speaker sees it with a motion centers ne. Sita says the queen the answer that is what in that telo. To the high like a outlet at the answer but at the Good sense on an AR Kenazon, so now not there in the Ayos at 80 Halio. Had a motion holding say case where it's and not Oyas Kilut. Had up at 30. Good answer the say thought, Lata, so high thawing till Bagait is somewhat up at 80 on the lieutenant Palace. High thawing till that. See. Kuja to the government on in Tauja, Sampal honor on the hill, to La Hill, Sia, nearest and illa. To the La Hill, to that to Hill, Sia, you had about Nail curious. To that Uhuneti say, had that to the answer the sea at or see her. Had that to I use it any I use authority low. Had that to Pazini answer to the motioning answer either but at our still mercy listen. To the motion. Ayunar Car Moffit. Not the Kini Ariel. A mercy no listeners in. That Ayun just any death is it. That all. That emotional. Had that to the Telepathic that is it a case who's at center no tired kilo had adness on the Yakini lost says apart. Had to the guard sampa had sailed to the Telegonani Tenet and you had not said there then is no again not a quantity kilo at a seat on Tenagon in what we had not let it take all of that. Could you thought you cannot and no says a quantity dino nani low to the rent one your saloon on nani a jalo at the jalo sonan a packet on that on. Could the answer that to the up in some company liatal now see. Coopers can only the best can't say nay on the accounts in some party lot at that. Kuyi se atwan yu birth isat ino kwans and internet islan jaw tulene wala de atilo. Si to class at the answer that you see in it to answer birth islan road a kwans and had to do that but some could some papanil yesi but in nine want some panas il chulo. Kuyi high thani ya see atwan sign thoughts and had na answer no tahab and some panel silsia. Could I hint in us mercy? Mercy Moffit. at that street or ticket no there the whole cars or say any then sinushe Mafui, Frame Lake, Great Slave, Mackenzie Delta, Yalnef North, Tunadawilada, Decho, Sato, Yalnef Center, Range Lake, Inuvik Boot Lake. Inland is an Sinushe, Tikis are the Sinushe, Tabacha, Yalnef South, Cam Lake, Hariber North, Hariber South, Inuvik Twin Lakes, Nanakput. Ne Southern and New Cranston Creek, Spenile New Motion Halle. That don't feel that's unreal.
For the break. Motions. Member from Trinidad Willady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Northwest Territories strengthen Northwest Territories medical travel policy. Whereas Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution 1982 recognizes and affirms existing Indigenous and treaty rights, and the Government of Northwest Territories as an agent of the Crown has a fiduciary obligation to respect these treaty rights, including ensuring timely, equitable access to health services and treatment as recognized under the Constitution and treaties, including Treaty 8 and Treaty 11. And whereas many residents of the Northwest Territories, including treaty beneficiaries, experience limited access to timely appointments, diagnostics, surgical services for services available in the territory, leading some to seek necessary care outside the territory. And whereas residents, including treaty beneficiaries who travel outside the territory to receive necessary care on time,
at that with the medical travel, see, could it a health services, see, then it's let alert to the travel, or medical travel, ha. Go to the medical travel policy, see, to it at strengthen, see, to the health and God. The NHB didn't have the bagar on the law. Go to the medical evacuation or the whole in law. Go to the jump on treaty ayat and only say to it up it's a day on the medical travel ha. Go on say Johnson, you're not going to evacuate, medevac ill in order to. And truly, say, consent and I lean to the you know, it's an ill in which I accomplish it there to the. To the medical travel, sitting in a unit of Passi, Leha on the law, didn't that older lot alone, Chantisans and then Ayaha. Had that to the medical travel, I know that. Non-native, but it's you had at it to the appeals in see you to but appealing lot on it. They thought they on all the federal government in it, but upon into the don't think on the annual had that thought lot at a had that to the giant. Then it's something her or say to the federal government that would then hell and say to the medical travels on casinos on the ice and a yield. Had that do Dëne Sųłıné no Yatıé no pa horani on the lun hatuli no pa don't tenalat. Had that the United Nations Declaration no pa yake on the lutu that Dëne Sųłıné her apa to it sambatau kunse. Had that the government said access to health services see the health see leo on. Had that no pa yake on say to at least choya. Had that the policy but at alone pa hori la had that to na leo on. Had that the Section 35 year Constitution of yake on law. Had that giants in Tenapatleket, coins in Janya Kill, Sil Tenapaya Kinilio, Ebek Etlikido, had that the Northwest Territories, State in Nature, but Elio notes any law. Could I say they got out air ambulance or to the ambulance, the Hazel and the law, a holy they had the law, but out the Zerly had there, consent at Ayazer had all dog on the ha. Had I had it some parallel in Hazel her some part hunk of the lawyer had its end. Good federal to NHB to it in it. I killed the thought on her on that elo. Had early to it a patient safety that they had on her alert at era. Had out I know Helagalata on the sense on the neck a night they say. A pansen see the sense on the neck ARC. To the medical travel see. Dwi jump. It's a nene ke ya kwa he tau kon yo na tsena kon ya kizia to papa ya ki a tlea ambetseti ha. Ku dwi ayun policy dwi at utene ya concentrate si medical travel ya policy ayun na net e on lo dwi anezon lat elisi beten un dat unezon si ya ki tek edli hello. Good with our United Nations Declaration ya kita honor with our own policy saying ya don't share ang action a best a bet ya kilat o hat o policy line zonelo. Hat an sit with our indigenous treaty rights no hits and the loom. Good do you see the contra motion one I can see to the government see sono not no not since and half care on yet. Egalanaha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, see to it our motion, but centers near. Antne the head arts interactive. As once and hey telecon your knots and a coin till that a yaliha. Sat elo nezun zertit a tilaha aunt, it an a quant in each idea on sat elo. Head arts and on your seats and he tell the aunt hat on Loranake are. Go when and what's it till that only a yard neril in the law. Go to it, I can do nani, then a holy, they had to look at medical travel city, then it's in there, listen to our cons and then where sees what Naga Sensinago, na kilo, what was Sensinaga, and a home Katsinaga, can't say Ayana Chara, you're Alberta, Ayas, Alberta, Ayan, it's there. You're there, medical travel city, it's in the highly henny low. Hat dan zon la at atwit a record lo hat atwit a mer at o policies a lasi at one fair a. Twit at edet and a soon central or seen a medical travel notes on near onto the treaty rights notes there. 90 hat and it's at this nilo. Cool consider aunt nether a yal near the a yal heart up a yal kiatore to the town quiet then your health cert on escort to shello. Hat olit den transit to escorts betting hearts at dilo a year la. Night aunt nether tagar that in it all as an night on its out kid at the secret national. Hat that with a hanging like a yasi a yat abapahuni la rolo. Kuyon lagani hintele a yachara but at the halesnilo. Hat with lat ura that increasing son on a travel insurance nelnia on sono. Kunani Tennessee Hansen last minute or Hansen one not Ragonilo a hat elon at it hat uho on halalo. Could Nuni see to the higher Latin chill see to the program and services so the garnots at Yerilla. Medical travels on other Chuck on sits in to another will it they had to mercy but it's a Thursday emotion on. To another will it mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot at with our motion Bonaski that Chinese into the government listeners in Bayanal Niha. Hot that with the Canadian Constitution of Canada, you know, then it's something by a kid on the Lord Aboriginal Treaty, then it's only say. The Berg also to it, then it's something not as Canada, I not they say. Had that don't do that we Yaki Halni see but it there on to 90 Howard Benonio good to that's a quick alter had to do 1900 old sweet Sampanahia no hell to it no see big any uncle. Ko tuit a Dëne Sųłıné si tuit 19 nas ni ha an le lo. Hat tuit u ya kino pa halin leni si tuit a government si no ni ta wete chenyana dana teuli hainu la ane no ni no pa hard ni lat ele lo ya concentrate lat and no tseti ha an lo ya hat ulo na pa suhul gan la lo tuit a quick alder hell. Ko tuit a GNWTC that's a quick alder it's in alder do li pa ala na lo hat and no tseni ha an lo hat tuit a kwan cho nei ti cho hano tsetio a hat you need tuit at utril chulene se a tun ya ke a to na ke le lo kunno ne khar huli te hat elo no hella tuit at healthcare tsen no hella gala talis no ne no tsekalte no patayas kilo hat tuit se ho you at least the panel yo hai tilo no tsen kalte tan ni se tu premier part iso hat tuit indigenous rights and agreements guard out in a hella galata na patilat elelo kui se hat ora ya kinil ya se bek galata ha an lo sat oa ko tuit healthcare se but ana pa honi la roa hat tuit motion to kill ganit allo it's anyaske hat tuit at no ni treaty rights hat no tsetiu ha an ko se tuit motion to kill ganit an se no international sintan ni se Dëne ayaral ni tu nani ti ta garde pet etilo nani te gan pet etila asante lo it's nani no it's intensivo no ya cancel yelo hat no ni no hot es no ta ya kwan yo hat sano yo laten na coral in si and john it's on the neck ya hat no it's in that no it's internet not in yelo hat no pa huni la ro lat eloto ko tuit ano pa ni la se tuit a government sa yung policy that's no ni no palat elelo ko tuit si hat utene hela galata si tuit what medical travels unka that Dëne Sųłıné at ille that in the park on zoyon kui se tu hat nane tene tagar bet etilo tagar ne ti te panchula ba kwanta na nane ten tante lo kui e tsine zon lela tene hacha hat asi sa pautu that o policy hali lene se you no shashada Kua hat in nane tene sita kwanes en lo nok et calgrit en lo ayo ta kozal ye lo ya kwansen da bet eti ato da hat ulip nane site escortering in let's etilo yas ki hat toila hat uli hat elela ayana linda e pat tapayan kia anelo hat escort na heltra kaya tenti heta ha andi lelo tene ayalina ayo hachara hat in tene sanhuna ha sa tuit a treaty rights kaya ya kere ye aya kwancho nei ti cho hano tsetiu is kon ku chang le at elo chang ya kwan on le ansen tene sandra ya kwan na chaila a tuit nei trillion te sai no ta gar te ayun tene het ina tolo ku na ni tene sa nor and na ga no ya kwan no nei trillion in ha tene sanar ni lo kun te karnot in sampno karnot akalet in sampayo sinel nilo nei trillion hit in ha ayet ilela hat tu no halagalata se that ya ke law policy se yat silo no paunila. Kua chancel sound contra ayal nianchara had na dore te ya chancel kine sultel zinge koze kine kotene to that escort see ya helat aha alelo chancel think kona kane kenet all in to ayo iso in papa at ayo nan niat ana kiwat ecc thapa alo aha Tweet at the Yaline, don't a policy alina age aha at ulan yakinat see
to access care immediately without forcing families to financial hardship. Mr. Speaker, there is a consensus in this Assembly that solutions like this are needed. Look to our previous motion. We keep calling for action, and action has yet to be taken, and that consensus is not a design of us members. This consensus comes directly from the needs of our communities. So I believe this motion gives the government another opportunity. The minister can introduce greater flexibility for out-of-territory care. The government can't temporarily cover escort travel costs while NIHB approvals are pending. And we can begin to honor both public health care obligations and treaty rights to health care. So I ask my colleagues to stand in support of this motion and help make the Assembly work for our people, uphold our rights, and create healthy communities and government policies which are there for people when they need it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tune-a-Day-Well-a-Day. To the motion, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the mover and seconder for bringing this motion forward. Medical travel is a huge issue in the Northwest Territories, and as our primary care system continues to face challenges, medical travel becomes all the more common, and not just for small communities, but for Yellowknife as well. In my previous term as an MLA, I dealt with, I'd say, a handful of medical travel issues over the course of 4 years. Now I deal with them, if not weekly, multiple times a week. It is an incredible volume of concern coming forward. And often it is the gaps that we're talking about that the policies don't address. Now, in this case in particular, this motion is very important because it speaks to something that the mover has spoken very passionately about, which is treaty rights. And Mr. Speaker, we are all treaty people. And in this House, we are sworn to uphold those treaties. And when there is a question that those treaties are not being given the fullness of attention that they deserve, to be carried out in more than spirit but in reality, then we must confront that directly and ensure that they are. And this motion gives clear advice to government on how to do that. It is the second time a compassionate medical travel policy has been called for in this House. I hope this motion passes as well. I don't know how many motions it will take, how many budget discussions, how many questions on the floor until we get one. But the longer we don't have policies like this, the longer we don't have special contingency funds to support treaty people, the more people are going to suffer when their loved ones are in desperate situations. And that's who we're here to help. We're here to help working people, treaty people, people who are our most vulnerable when they're at their lowest point. And that is why I support this motion, and that is why these motions are so important. And I hope this government is listening, because they haven't been so far. And it takes media stories, motions on the floor, it takes everything, and yet nothing moves. So I sure hope this is the one that kicks in and we start seeing some progress, because I'm getting tired of saying the same thing when the answer is so clearly in front of our eyes. Help the people who need it the most. When loved ones are in hospital, fly their loved ones down there to be there to support them. It's what doctors advise. And it is what the member is calling for as a treaty right as well. And I'm going to defer to his judgment on that. He's a treaty expert, Mr. Speaker. So I hope this motion does carry. I hope it results in real change, because if we are continuing on this path, then every sitting there'll be a new compassionate medical travel motion. Every Every time money is spent, it will come up. Every time there's a question, there's an opportunity to ask questions, it'll come up again. And it won't stop until it changes. So change it. Very simple. Do what the motion says. Help people who need it the most. Help working people, help treaty people. Now is the time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Range Lake. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting this motion. I dealt with personal issues in regards to medical travel. At one time, my granddaughter was on life support, and her mother couldn't fly down on the same plane with her, so she had to go down a day later. But what if my granddaughter didn't make it at the time? It's because of policies that we have to go through. And there was another instance where my niece was in a coma for about a month, and the whole family, was fortunate that they had the financial resources to go down. But the majority of the Northwest Territories residents don't have that opportunity or advantage of having financial resources available to be with their loved ones, and have to see them go down on their own. So it is important that for the well-being of our residents, mental well-being, it's stressful when you have to see your loved one going on a plane and you can't be with them, or if they're down in southern Canada already. So it is important that we uphold these treaty rights and obligate them and make life easier for the residents of the Northwest Territories. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion, member from the Dëne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the motion, thinking of all the things all the members talked about, and also having to deal with constituents that traveled to out of territory and got hurt and eventually passed away in another jurisdiction, and not being able to get the support that the family needed so they could be with their loved ones is just not right. So for that and many of the reasons that my colleagues spoke about, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Member from the Dëne. To the motion, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I can certainly support this motion, and would just note that my understanding is that the work that is being demanded here really aligns with what I've heard is already underway from the Department of Health and Social Services. And so I look forward to the government's response in that regard. I don't see anything in the clauses here that actually addresses the concerns I'm hearing from my colleagues around people who are already traveling out of the territory and then get into trouble and need help. So I won't address that now, but I'm not sure that we're going to get a government response on that through this motion, given that it's not in the operative clauses. Just wanted to note that, but could be a topic of future conversation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North. To the motion, member from the Sud-2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make it short. I'll be supporting this motion for all the reasons of the non-treaty and treaty areas of this Northwest Territories. You can say, okay, in half the area it's a modern treaty and the other half is still under negotiations. But if you look back at the principles of the claim itself, there's wording to justify the expense of providing health care. Merci.
Member from the Sud-2. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yeah, as previously noted, this is something that I know the health department is putting a lot of energy into working on, updating medical travel policy, the entire framework around it, and seeking to resolve some of the issues that are being raised here. Insofar as I'm interested to, I will admit the nuances of how NIHB and medical travel coincide and work together is a complex topic, and so I am interested in learning more about how that all works through the government's response to this motion. So insofar as we'll get a government response to this, I'm interested to hear what the government has to say, so I can support it for those reasons. Thanks.
Member from Frame Lake. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll also keep it brief. A few things I would like to say about this motion is I absolutely agree with the mover that there is the need to uphold the treaty rights on healthcare across the territory. That is undisputable. I think the thing that that frustrates me most about this, Mr. Speaker, is that medical travel is so urgent when you need it and so misunderstood when you need it and when you don't need it. I think there's more work we can do to explain how NIHB works and how it doesn't work, how Métis health benefits work and don't work adequately for our residents. And I do look forward to the work that the GNWT is already doing on medical travel policies and clarifying that for the residents of the Northwest Territories. I don't have a lot more to say about it at this point, except that clearly what we have is not working, Mr. Speaker, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
From Great Slave. To the motion, member from Yonley Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, something slightly different. If the government's getting tired of motion sickness, this is your blueprint, your roadmap to where to go. Mr. Speaker, when I was first elected in 2003, there were many subjects that were priority and many subjects that were, they found just we can't quite get it. Believe it or not, medical travel has been talked about repeatedly as we're constantly redeveloping and reorging and fixing medical travel policy. And to be clear, this is not about the administrators or the people to take your call during those darkest, frustrating hours. This is about the policy that, for some reason, here it is, 23 years later, we're still talking about trying to create meaningful action and urgency on the medical travel file. My goodness, Mr. Speaker, it just seems like one hot potato moved to one assembly and keeps moving forward. I wonder one day, maybe the instructions of a motion should be, you have a blank piece of paper, why don't we just start over? I can't imagine that there has ever been a policy been spoken to, about, rewritten, or dealt with more often than medical travel. Mr. Speaker, I implore this government to finally write the last page of this ongoing saga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Range, or Yonley Centre. To the motion. To the motion, member from Tabacha.
Mr. Speaker, as this motion makes a recommendation to government, Cabinet will be abstaining from the vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tabacha. To the motion. Question has been closed. Member from Trinidad-Willity, do you wish to conclude debate?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, this is a very sensitive issue, so I know that my colleagues, I hear what you're saying, and I really appreciate your feedback on this as well. And all we could do is build on it and move forward and look for solutions collectively. So I just want to thank all my colleagues on this very important motion. And we hear it, everybody hears it from our small communities on medical travel issues in our communities, especially here today, and especially what I heard on the radio this morning, and it hits home. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank everybody in the House here today for listening to my motion, and I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Trinidad-Willity. Member from Trinidad-Willity has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Trinidad Willowday. The member for Day Cho. The member for Saw 2. The member for Yellowknife Center. The member for Range Lake. The member for Nuvik Boot Lakes. The member for Montfouille. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Great Slave. The member for Mackenzie Delta. The member for Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabatcha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut.
Thank you. Colleagues,
11 aye now. 7 16 see a sleep at the second. Had added us as an answer 2.24. And that don't thought the had a little iron business iron per night 1 night isn't. Motions Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Did housing NWT? This is on the neck rental units. Good, this is on the neck did quite lossy. A market rental units, a helagalano, this is on the neck. Good, with a quanta lossy. A sit and is not telo. A harati. And that did that quite new. Not a DC. Kunani tenet da kwanasni is not this in the near in law. Had added a home ownership in a harp a quan seha. This sense on the neck aya you had to a quan halagalata and as on. Could with a transitioning unit C. Had an as what till now in law you had with and quan it's another there. Had that to the quan is on the another there. Could have a quan herself to the framework agreement, yes, you see, to quant orange key how had that to that some bonnet at you. A halyalet and it's at the end as on hallo to the corner near. Had as he says, Zini on Mackenzie Delta, it's enter new to the Legislative Assembly Ayaja. Had at the government of Northwest Territories. Had at the unit in the assessment of our market rental unit to that transfer so had AC to that well you have see. Hiring like to a long-term housing strategy. A plan to the government of Northwest Territories to the program Hunithu to that all quiet then it's in clean then it's in Helian Liu what would then a hell now onto it hiring like Quanasni and not they say. Cool at the you do it. Can as on Tagara, a hot hotel now in the hot hotel, it's at the Quanazel near hot Ulia to the Quanas is not the non the birth is taunt in low. Queer birth is taunted the Nana Hatulelo. Hatuli but a hello hunter to the Quanas near in there, a hot Ula Chapapa policy holding then is on hello. Hot added our Bonson. The sense on the neck ayards in government say had added a motion issue say it yard in next year on to no nonsense Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat etut a mofui situit a sits enter ni sit ni situ motion na hat abits enter ne kebit or order. Kutuit a Henry Lata Lasi tuit a Kwan Halagatanal a Galanal Yada tuit ne car indigenous tuit a Galtetal ni si. Kuchan territorial chaos tuit a modern treaty chaos o Katalai Nalo Nuni hat edilelo no hell. A but a tuit government si. Hat tuit a Henry Lag a Quant at Urzil in sea to the house, Quanta lost it at Usilia, say Urzil in sea, but it to her on. Could the Tagata like that the government of Northwest Territories be held in something called Tetan Low? Had I then the right, sir, had a lot, no allow to that, then an city soon as one had alone in the car hiring lot and not they say. Ku tuit a kwan song casino pa huni la ro lo dong jang Canada kaya. Ku tuit a Henry la se. Tuit a Henry a tuit a government a kwaning tel no a Henry la any tel ter tuit a konat all the tin no ni beted ne zon I ten let el wat the chinya. Ku no ne anita no jansi tuit a assessment al yara kwan song kat ne zon halo tuit a uya kits is ne the la se te na etwana leo an. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To the motion, Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. I don't care to promoting self-sufficiency. Diti nail kilucha. In class in the sense of Nanakayat and Natepa. Had added a motion ni chusi a hat or a Johannes senator a motion on the law. Had added a housing manager Stanley seat in it a quantum cultelo to the government's end. Could I hiring like a not this it with a thought and all coincidental sits in thought a lot in a carna is no use ye not de lo. Could you had it on it and not a quantity is named there to it in a but it didn't quite eat a quan other night at near near in the but it dear lilat elo but in seha. Could but in the linet in a car saying than had alone as on quan but as another. Had added a motion seated a government seated as strategic in strategic study level on to assessment or you can as when you cannot see to it on as only see on its car could you hold out on it to it at all infrastructure program who need the hello had that to it a council the lisio to it a transfer all the other to it had that to it on the east another see bond on the next one. Had to it on quants and calder say to it minister say to na ke banani there to it since had they were answering the key choilo at o quant and it's in sheha ayat cool to that they transfer all yeah that they quanted at all the so kenazon ya kenilio benerti on hat la quante had to that tendency to it on quanat ni is not there to then see quambits in say had this and kaya had to the public housing NWTCC it's in there all had to the promotion say to it up to it a motion it on say Dëne Süüliné Yatıé lo hat John Hayun Chapter motion also but Dëne Sůłыné to the motion. To the Walda. Mr. Speaker. Hat John sit with a motion but Sneha. Antachola Hassin Lilo. Do the primacy the 2038 Banon Nilo. Hat did a quench a lot of data loss it lat uyan lat usi le hat with a housing. Hat did as Dëne Sůłыné quench 1998 and a bond on is another sipant arenas on the lute kilena. John hiring like a quan got next near the kilo a isin la. Hat did a motion but then adding her. To the wallet. To the motion. Member Tabacha. Mr. Speaker, had added a motion that we thought Kisi Yakini allotted a government cabinet and had anonisin Pekikit Hala, noting her. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could do that emotion not lazy but or honest and not that. The Auditor General report nil ill. To the home ownership programs in ill. To the community transfers in ill. At the NWT Housing C Corporation seek a galanalodo. At uli. Do it a motion on not KTC. Do it on coins in another see a bit out in bits in Helliha. Nay, it's Niha. Hunt at the kitchen to it a market housing is in Nayas near the kilo. Could you thought coins now that a bit as in King Garin in the coin has Nakwan Neharin and the law had a then it's it you read saw the law you had the quantum kata. Had a non to sit there that quanta bits in that Sampatan kill new to that quanas nilo. Had only said Tisa you then had a letter that you then it's some parcela. Kuwa Toronto Polish and under the Quancola said to the keep on Nilo a see hot edit and a popper ni let edit la Quanani hot on Lord Bits in low some trumpets in Hotel Nasi. Hot at to think upon the Elki Sinners on a senate at with Aqua. Hot at with our motion says the Ayuntanes on your kidney, your hot habits at 30 loira. Had added at some part the cane card a lunity and the high dilo. Had added need get any then not don't think at any then see at that edil at don't enter. Cut added a higher like ARC, the Northwest Territories passing to the motion. Member Satu. Mr. Speaker, third a motion but in Thursday. Could you see John not trying to sit down to Department C? Had added at Utenet at DC some part and it's at the lot illo doing his end at doing the not trying to neither Calder Santa. I see the kilo, la de Hulilo. I see I done a patron thurlo. Hat Ulia son the tele a til narilza. To it at unots at the Licio. Hat to the federal government holds it there on rest and liu on. Kuye ayun asaya ya kisaya kill zero to turn it the network motions and Secretary the law. Hat to the Disney Canada Gayanas on Quanta lot to the home programs on us. Hat to motions and Thursday. Member Satu Illness Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, city emotions and Thursday. Do it a city killer, quantity killer, non native illa. Do it little aid, do the public housing sinners on the law. Had added a public housing in the children as on the pay on the lie, but then you like contact on on the law. How the other on ye had our detailed look to the government at one lily DC to the federal government breaker. Couldn't car na constant kind there to that usus said then see Hannah hello you let the Nabasi learn in law. Kuya public housing non there to Sina Kelly Senate leha on little non really. Ku hon ownership na car na quanta agansus letting than had elusat or had agansin a constant McPherson no comfort providence now there had let at a young. Or not okay, Sina their car na quanta and the constraint Canada. Hayunt and you cut early on that. Ayurena on the Natagata non hello.
Are on an auction block out there auctioning off the houses, and you know, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. And I think that anybody who wants to own their house in this, we must find a path for them to do that. And if it costs a little money, well, you know what? Let's give them a chance and an opportunity that in most cases they can. I mean, I think again, as my colleague from Range Lake pointed out, the differences between a Yellowknife solution and a Toronto solution. I mean, you can't go to a typical bank and just go to say, I want a mortgage in Wrigley, or I want a mortgage in Let's Okay, or, you know, it's such a challenging endeavor. So how do you get a house there? How do you get your house there? You have to have deep pockets. And even that comes with a risk. So, Mr. Speaker, in short, I'm supporting this motion. I appreciate the intent it's offered. And I often say that, you know, hey, if we can make people's lives easier, this is definitely one. And if we can inspire ownership, and I think that's a good thing too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member from Yonley Centre. To the motion, member from Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the motion. I spoke to the member that brought the motion forward and talked about home ownership and how important it is, and how when you own your own home, like my colleague said, that you have a sense of pride of taking care of your own home. You feel independent. You're independent from a system that keeps you stuck in a system. So you become a homeowner, you have pride, you can do what you need to do, and you can fix up your house and do whatever you want to do. And just to know that you have a home for your family, a roof over your head that you can call home. This is very, it's very near and dear to me, and a lot of people that I know that are living in market rental units that want to own the homes. So I was thinking, you know, get those houses off the books to make room for new stock. So for that reason, and all the reasons that my colleagues are talking about, I'm going to be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Decho. To the motion. To the motion. Question has been called. Member from Moultrie, do you wish to conclude debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to everybody here, those who spoke and those who did not, speak in favor of the motion. But still, I know deep down in their heart that they do feel the same way as we do. At the moment, there public housing units. Housing NWT are transferring public housing units to tenants who have lived in those units for many years, where they raise their family. and for over 20 years. And, but it's not the same for market rental unit. So that's why I'm pushing for the market rental units to be treated the same as a public housing unit. I have some tenants in my region where family of over 6 living in a market rental. They have no choice. There's no market. There's no places where they can go to buy and sell a house. So market rental unit is the only place that they can go that they are eligible for. And some of these people, they've lived in it for over 5 years and they paid over $100,000. Even now, the market rental unit rates have increased to $1,950. So that's $23,300 for 1 year. And I have another family in my region, in Bichiko, that live in the unit for over 20 years. And they paid over $200,000. So they're asking for these units to be transferred to them. It's not just them, it's in other communities as well, and some of these units are old, and yet they are still, they're market rental. I even have an elder that is living in a market rental unit in Bichiko. It's a rundown trailer, and she's paying over $1,500 a month. I mean, because there's no housing. There's no place for her to go, or there's no social housing for her to accommodate her. So she is paying living on an income, and paying over $1,500 is unacceptable. So that's why I'm urging and hoping that I want the minister, Housing and WT minister, to look into this policy, maybe change the policy and make it treat it the same as the public housing unit transfer as a homeowner. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Moffa's asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Toonaday Willowday, the member for Day Cho, the member for Saw 2, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake, the member for Nuvik-Blue Lake.
All those opposed, please stand. All those abstaining, please stand.
The member for Thabacha, the member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunakput.
Thank you, colleagues. The recorded vote, 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 7 abstaining. The motion is passed. Motions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my member statement, which feels so long ago, I was talking about no-fault insurance and, of course, the impacts and opportunities we have here. So I'm going to ask the minister to confirm whether or not her department has any formal analysis on this potential policy review and benefits or even drawbacks of implementing auto insurance in the Northwest Territories, like many other jurisdictions, in a no-fault sense. And in case you're curious, that goes to the Minister of Finance.
Member from Yellowknife Center, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Insurance Act does live in the Department of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'd have to look back and see if in the course of time prior to my being here, if there had been some analysis done on this. I can say that at the present time, this is not under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member from Yellowknife Center.
Thank you. Present time, not, but the question is can the department go back and look at what's been done in the past, if they've done any analysis whatsoever, and if so, can the minister provide this House that information? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Center, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I'll certainly see what's been done. And let's start with that question first. Obviously, at some point, things become stale and out of date. So if something was done 20 years ago, I'm not sure how useful that would be, but we'll see what there is. And in general, providing documents to colleagues on AOC is done under confidentiality and not a matter of concern. Thank you.
Minister Pine, a final supplementary. Member for Milne Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the minister herself, as minister, familiar with no-fault insurance and the benefits it avails Northerners, including the difficult challenges in a system that doesn't have it? Thank you.
Member for Milne Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm familiar with the concept of no-fault insurance, and with the time afforded me by some motions here, I was able to Google this and get a bit more information. It does seem that, in fact, there's been some studies done of British Columbia and New Jersey and other states and provinces that have no-fault insurance regimes. It is not uniformly considered to necessarily be particularly positive. There are some situations where it actually winds up resulting in higher premiums, so the studies would say, and where there are concerns that it doesn't actually provide the kind of payouts people want. It places a ceiling on the amount of money that you're able to receive in the event of a serious injury. So it certainly is an option that's out there, but it is certainly not without its own controversy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. So earlier today, which again feels like ages, but good debates, I spoke about Collège Nordique Francophone, which occupies a really unique space in the Northwest Territories. It is a accredited post-secondary institution, and it is the only French language one. And as we know, Canada is a bilingual country, and the federal government has millions, if not billions of dollars through Heritage Canada to support French language learning and French language speakers. So my question to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, how or will the minister provide core funding to stabilize operations at Collège Nordique Francophone and other post-secondary institutions so we can have a stable training environment for our workforce needs going forward? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à souligner le rôle essentiel que le Collège nordique joue ici pour l'éducation postsecondaire de qualité en français ici au territoire du Nord-Ouest en premier. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important that I underline the essential role that Collège nordique plays in access to quality post-secondary education here in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Speaker, in previous conversations in this House, I committed to ensuring that Collège Nordique does have a line item in our budget. Over the last large number of years, Education, Culture and Employment has contributed $200,000 to Collège Nordique as core funding. And the commitment was made to ensure that that was captured in our budget as a line item so that Collège Nordique can ensure that they can essentially take that to the bank, being the federal government, and ensure that they can show our commitment to their institution within our budget. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is appreciated, and that is exactly what the institution is asking for. The opportunity to work with multiple departments exists as well to ensure that funding structures meet with long-term policy objectives of the GNWT. We do have a French secretariat as well. So can the minister work with CNF to bring them into the attention of other departments that may need the services in French language training services to support the work of the public service? Thank you.
From Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I'm understanding the member's question correctly, what I heard him ask is, will I introduce Collège Nordique to other departments in the event that they require French language services? So I want to clarify that that was the question. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. I will turn to Range Lake to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and apologies to the minister for not being clear. Yes, that's more or less it. There's a very valuable service here. They are looking to grow and continue to support the government and French language education and learning, lifelong learning in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Member for Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd be more than happy to, I guess, bring Collège Nordique into a meeting with our French language secretariat, although I do know that the director of our French language secretariat is well acquainted with the executive director of Collège Nordique as well. So always happy though to be in a meeting with both of them. They're both fabulous people, so that would be a good day. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment. Final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Thank you. Now, finally, and here's the literal million-dollar question. They've lost the institution's lost about $2 million from the federal government. It's unsure where that's going to go. Investing in stable Francophone institutions is part of the NWT's commitment to official languages in the Northwest Territories and in Canada, indeed. So will the minister increase funding to Collège Nordique to strengthen the institution, provide more training capacity for Northerners, and bring more Francophones into the Northwest Territories through schooling, post-secondary, and immigration? Thank you.
Member from Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture, and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I spoke already about the $200,000 in core funding, in addition to that exists within.
At High Canal to that Sampanil is September 3-year agreement and Leno to that. A pay $2.9 million pay on low. Kwaha. At that to the budget, some batlan had lauded to the Kwangalataha. Satu, oral questions. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Do the seek on doing do the honey this allo. Cook and such that they have seal. Could do the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment, see Berskara. Did the Kovalek is going to say it is calling on in Zano Hillhani, the Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Or did Allah set out on quoted our member sees its enemy settling low. Your seated at least can is currently in look at that Kovalek had that with us on it as since it's untin saga travel or not your cousin nothing as a Kovalek then this coin is nearly ill. Had that don't I at least can in yellow. Had that with at least can say with Ani les Nilia has say your atten babani so huliara. Had that with that contractor like a lot nalo to the infrastructure there. Had that to the August 2026 who get there to the high thought at least can to the new one you sell at least can beginning aha. You're down to the squeeze at least can I deal and had that to the ECEC Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé and culture hello you had to know on had that Minister Mercy listeners in the transferring lawsuit.
My next question is, can the minister explain
To the Minister Hanos ni hatulo. Had that to told that to at least coins and your system yeah you coin you culture and employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to coin you what is down you had that seen that cause you had a low. Your dead 2026, 2027, this quantar conda you see is a laha. Not the yaki satu. Mercy Minister Yeha. Could do that list coin to beat then. Yaki nezon santista. Do it as a quiz. That is calling on the Kovalek up in you. The Minister Hanos ni hatolo. Do it all dark can't say this kind. Satu, Minister Education, Culture, Employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Nison that to the higher like a to bit then say to us a quisi, but it is quite go the bonnet on say. Had as a quit up in knees, no. Had your bonasa, your at least quite nasa had that. Had to the 2026, 2027 to the school, Raihuni Nani Tira. Had to the coin in your sinners on the low. To the Cover Lake car. This can go bonnet on low. That did Uncle Daniel beheld not the LQ ears in Hazard and leather work plan the yellow to the schools are named RC. Had as in easy as some beheld galas now to that was none on say to the Cover Lake then. Mercy. Oral question. Decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, seated R.S. Garcia, Minister, Health and Social Services, Berskar. Could your member statement Hasino? Do it, Minister, see update le tulo. That NWT and alcohol strategy hella galata out lot of action like a kino sao lot of back ponevia. Had that to it at 2023 to it our strategy hot dilo no dela health and social services to it atlasat goods and I Mr. Speaker had that to that strategic ARC big like internal
and progress is being tracked. So when the
Tweet a hong kuela galatas ni si tweet a kemeri papahal ni a gar gatala hay narelo. Had tweet ayun then ayu a si se helo tweet a snitz intelat lo tweet at o gatalata se. Had tweet a shared health priority agreement yet some part nil yarelo. Territorial substance medicine team medical detox services policy tihal ne itan hadan kanlo doyat utan helagatal naha to the addiction treatment aya there's an environmental department at gatalai nalo to the hunkula gatala na dental ni se had ayot etarte Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Health and Social Services, Decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that with our stakeholders or a public progress to that strategy, son sakuts to that minister see had to do to that how you know hell need to that snow to that hornilo. They got the sick galata could to department say that Honku say a disability isn't how you call Minister Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. That was see had to say to it Atubapasanont had that mental wellness, addiction recovery, health and social services ik egal nalo. Had that anet and a sital delut anet and a bet etu that it or see what a sisiga don't guy get anet and hell had dear. Had that a committee, but I see a halesio it in a cell near Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Not they keep decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Don't not care go to the March 31st, but 2028 to Lebanon Ehato Nilo. That Uda at Ula has said La Halina Seal to the resources so then it's etude are hiring like a but it's real in sea, but it's how to the home cooks on at Mercy. Decho Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Has seen to the internal department didn't like a lot notice in the your departments, to the government, to the Kenneth, and that we are killed since he Galataha. Had egg at the net to that or listen, Papa, you sell your bagar, Galataha 2028, no, there. Go to the health and social services at Ogatal Nasu to the government, Hella, you sketch a hella not to that is quite. A season financial alcohol de hunkuna new yat esiayo hayon to the government a halagala nasi to up dik etel lo committee hell hat ayun yakini hille that to the alcohol strategies on us. Oral questions from Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could it abanes kini sit the member state in kaya to the RSCRC to the premier super to the leader in the government had theta. Had that to the legislation sit to the gun to the celiare to the in another the celiare mercy. Mr. Premier to the legislation see celiare Department of Justice kaya. A sea song, a galata, had to that is that say, Galban, and Elat to that city, a kidney yard. That attitude of department say, and a gonic a galana, a sea song, a galata, to the policy liat elo. What department per caro to that the policy question so had a cake art and real carok on that or that's an theatre in Consilia de lat as he say. Had at the department city your earth car allo. Had at the Yakiel on at least a hill, it up at or order. Had that sit on the other. Had at the legislation at catch our law city nil in law. That Uhal to that Utenet at the Lisio. Couldn't a cabinet Gatalita sin on it Ionil era. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member from Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sit a mercy nesson iha. Koyan Bakator not a giant still is it. A Sikh a galatar intergovernment is on Halagalar in Hat Apasel Kilat Elubit Itilo. Mr. Speaker, do the Premier Hat the Tuilo. Had that to the capacity constraints say to the MLA laws and to the legislative at Donald yes noon horny let illicit latera. Mr. Premier. Could the capacities challenges had there to it our word to it our French to it panlight and only sitting it at least all at see on at the part to it this constant other to it panlight this constant is not that they say. Go to the federal government sitting it up, but as they hello. Had they think they say Canada that French to the Satinia Kichu Tessa on. Go to the contracts, you had to the log, then that log at that elo. Go to the John Nilkia on. Legislative cell had at least Natalnes it. Kutrik at the Netanyik Egatalana the law. Go to the Justice Zulu in it at least not clear all law. Couldn't see set TC you pilneha and the law. Go to the legislation of the cabinet legislation or a yata, not clear all had after that. To our bills not at least at Donald Yaha. Kuya hat udanil in. At ulit another see question la don't that edison and lo hat ule to the government I know it's lat elo. Kuya hat udaya kinil yan senda. Not the yaki family. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, at Mercy Nisane had that to be nurse nearest salo to the I see songs get a galata gala. hat tu jainsin tu apan nezulat el si panay el kilo. Hat tu da legislative situit at osik egalatas nile situit anay asik etakar nezongal tel sitlat ula sildia ye. Tuit arjantana seke tenta yonatas kilo. Ano panesul nesit tuit abet an nezo. Tuit asakuisi bet etia anlo. Hano kan. Ay hat ura den in ya kinal siuta. Frame Lake, Mr. Premier. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A database notes and ila. At on sa department hat clear anlo hat inatia hat nalse de database hat it at on tenant is at it some patana tiandelo. Could at o consensus government at lagatala nasi jawa kwan standing committees kayao governmental yakinilio at isnilio yanata is cunes on it is el yellow. Ayerde da cabinet but all chudo to the policies or programs say net in a law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been some time, I believe since September 2024, that the Health Department has changed the Extended Health Benefits Program, even though it was intended to roll in around May of that year of 2024. The pharmacists have pointed out, even as of recently, that the program still has problems and people are not accepting their full rights of, say, in other words, they're not getting their prescriptions fully filled, or they're considering other options because of this co-pay system. Mr. Speaker, my question really is for the Minister of Health, asking what type of review do they intend to do to see the impacts of this extended health benefits change to Northern residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Yonley Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if the member is asking the review that we're currently doing or the review that was done extensively prior to the release of the changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I will go back to the member from Yonley Centre to clarify.
The review after the changes were made. Thank you.
Member from Yonley Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that review is currently in its final stages, as the 1 year was as of September, and we committed to doing the review for the first year. And I said that it would probably take about 6 months to analyze all the data, and I have not received the analysis as of yet, so that should be coming shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Minister could explain to the House why it takes 6 months to review this particular data, like what's the threshold or issue? I know this has been top of mind for many Northerners, because the 1 year anniversary was September of 2025, and now we're talking 6 months since then. Thank you.
Member from Range Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are many areas within the extended health benefits, and there are many bans within the extended health benefits, so we are reviewing that right now, and as it is 6 months, we have been in session, so I haven't been doing a lot of briefings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yonley Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's the type of the mandate that this particular review? I've seen pharmacists say this doesn't work, constituents say this doesn't work, and no one seems to be happier. So I'm not sure who this change of extended benefits has changed more for, and what's the mandate of the review process? Is it to consider other options, or is it just to double down? Thank you.
Thank you, member from Yonley Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this change was raised to ensure that we could continue having a sustainable program in the Northwest Territories. So when what we did know prior to going into this is that there were many people in the Northwest Territories that did not get access to any benefits because they didn't have a specific disease earmarked in the specified disease category. So when we did the changes, the senior benefits remained the same, so they get all full benefits, and anybody under that category, excluding non-insured, so First Nation and Inuit and Métis Those that have Métis benefits in Northwest Territories are excluded as they get all those benefits through those programs. So right now, what part of the analysis is those that have been previously, we're analyzing that were previously, and the new, how many new people have come into the system. And you know what, as part of the review, it is working with pharmacists and ensuring that we're here getting those feedbacks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Health and Social Services. Oral question. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So a few days ago, the Health Minister gave an update in her statement in the House on the progress made on the Public Administrator's Work Plan. And it was mentioned in that statement that progress has in fact been made on financial sustainability in particular. And so I wanted to ask for more details on some of the statements made at that time. So with regard to progress made on deficits, can the Minister tell us, and this is Minister of Health and Social Services in case it was not clear, can the Minister tell us in which areas of Health Authority spending savings were found in order to reduce the operations-related deficit by $8 million between 2025-26 and 26-27? So that was mentioned in the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So within the 25, 26, 26, 27, so the reductions include voluntary holding non-essential positions vacant, reductions in non-clinical travel and non-clinical training and other O&M expenses, reduction of non-essential overtime, any standby and callback for non-essential, and redirecting any unused funding to other priorities within NTHSSA. Within 25-26, NTHSSA worked closely with the Department of Health and Social Services to ensure one-time funding received for chronically underfunded program, which included underfunding costs related to laboratory and diagnostic imaging, underfunding costs to medical travel program, underfunded costs to COVID-19 vaccine and chemotherapy drugs, underfunding costs for foster care, and the NTHSSA continues to look at the financial sustainability of medical travel and adult out-of-territory services, as well as other programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was also a statement made that previous to that, can the Minister tell us what areas of Health Authority spending were cut, or where were the savings found to reduce the operations-related deficit by even more, by $34 million in 24-25 compared to what had been budgeted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within 24-25, one of the biggest pieces was that we were able to secure additional federal funding. I think that was the first year that we got the 2-year special allotment ever in the Northwest Territories for the medical travel piece to offset our costs. So that helped. Additional one-time GNWT funding, lower than budgeted cost across the NTHSSA programs, and some fiscal restraint measures implemented in our fourth quarter also contribute to the decreased deficit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So finally, can the Minister help explain to us any specific actions that the Public Administrator is in charge of that will lead to further savings and deficit reductions in the year to come? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Yellowknife North.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, thank you. So the continuation of the fiscal, I think the piece with the PA, he's been working closely at making sure that organizationally, and just most recently, the conversations that we've been having is looking at operationally within each area, within each region, working with staff to kind of say what, with COOs and their budgets, if they know that there's areas where, there's changes that need to happen. So we're actually, that's one of the pieces that he's leading. The other piece is the continuation of working with the department and with the Deputy Minister of the Department of Health and Social Services, where they're looking at right now is that overlap where the executive of the NTHSSA and the department, they're finding that, well, it's not a secret, we've all said that there's some overlap there, so we're trying to ensure that with them two working together with the ADMs and with their territorial managers, like where does the department end in policy and and then where does operations start, and if there's duplications, then that's the work that they're currently doing right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February 12th, I followed up with the minister regarding the dental review officer, and I'm still waiting for some answers, so maybe I can get a couple of them at least to keep the discussion moving forward. I have constituents that are concerned that it's going very slow, so we'll just get a couple of questions out to see if we can get some answers and they feel that the government's responding to their concerns in a timely way. Mr. Speaker, my questions, I'll put one together, two questions into one, which is simply, who is the current dental review officer? When did their appointment start? And does it come with a scope that the minister can enlighten the House with? Thank you.
From Yellowknife Centre, that was 3 questions instead of 2, but Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I had sent that information to the member, but I don't have it through a BF. I don't have that at my fingertips. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Health and Social Services. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't seem to have it in my inbox, so we'll again try to probe for information for the public good, Mr. Speaker. The dental review officer, currently, my understanding is from Edmonton. They took a contract. Is there a reason why the Department of Health doesn't go to the College of Dentistry, recognizing the expertise to be a member of that college, rather than a regular dentist to review our local dentists? Thank you.
Give member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the exact details, but I do believe the legislation says that it has to be a dentist. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who approves the expenses of the dental review officer when they come to the Northwest Territories to review our local practitioners of dentistry? Thank you.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the Department of Health and Social Services is obliged by the legislation that when there is a complaint or any investigation that's brought forward, or complaint brought forward, an investigation has to be followed through, and this is the process that we use. However, we do not get a lot of complaints, so we don't contract somebody on a permanent basis. However, when there is one that comes up, but I don't have the exact details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The inclusive schooling review seems to be a very important piece of policy for this government. When will members on this side of the House be able to review that document? Thank you.
Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take time in the members' upcoming committee week, which would be in April, to sit and be able to go through that with them. Thank you.
Minister of Health, Education, Culture and Employment. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so that's good because I was surprised to hear yesterday in the closing remarks for the main estimates that because of the advocacy of members, $30 million is going to be spent to meet the needs identified through the inclusive schooling review. How were regular members able to advocate to meet the needs when we haven't even read the review? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake, Minister, Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the negotiations for budgets happen between AOC and the Finance Minister. So how that number was received at, I can speak to what I would like to see that go to, but there isn't anything, and I'm going to be honest, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what I can talk about right now as far as budget negotiations. So I'm going to stop talking. Thank you.
Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Watch the line, people. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll note that this is a promised supplementary appropriation that is yet to appear and is not before the House. Mr. Speaker, was the department intending or planning to bring forward $30 million to meet the needs of the inclusive education review before the budget negotiations began? That's something that just is in the minister's purview. Thank you.
You member from Range Lake, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the way that budgeting works in the House is that normally I have to first be able to substantiate an ask. I believe that the inclusive schooling ask is going to be greater than what is currently being referenced by the Finance Minister in her speech and the number referenced by the member. Those are numbers that I would bring forward to the Financial Management Board.
Hat the Financial Management Board see Dëne. The proposal but also do a regular business planning budget gonna can there the cabinet kaya the Senate hal in lo the main estimates ne the gaiba. Hat the sampa and the alimashik ayabas nail kilo. Bet en gasik galata. You're there. Hat the sequisi but it do. That is connected to a banana elki hatodilla. Had that to the committee next kid on a behel has netwilla. Oral questions, Yelnif Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to at the woundness in the Northwest Territory cell contract Canada law. Kuye say to it at February 12 say to it at Burst Carlin at no sits and Kila Hassel need and is on Minister Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Do it at department do it at contract or concussion listening hat at don't have and the mercy. Mr. Speaker. Yelnif Center. Mr. Speaker, do it at Naber Carlo do. Had to do it at dental review officers and it and all. Grant Brazil Cara. Grant Allah net in. Do it at dental review officers. See grant I. A keneso el uten helgalataha. Minister of Health and Social Services. Has seen look at the had the Dagara Panisets in La had a iso on a gun house in Mr. Speaker, not the Yaki Yelnif Center. Mr. Speaker, could it at the Dëne in Helagalata say Dental Association see to the Highland Log AR to it at Dense Dilla Jalo. Minister to it had it at the sense of the neck a contract, but under the hiring lot and a cannot doubt and the woundness is he had it and an earth is a had at the sense of the neck internet in call had the letter at it gone to it and at least the had to the hiring log a to it and one in the 13 nothing. Mr. Speaker, at utan nawuna intan halagalata se, tuit at nawuna intan talni se, tuit NWTC tuit nawuna intan sanate leja. Kuyu nuggets in that tuit at nawuna intan a hat ura penert listening letter low. Health and Social Services, oral questions, Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, to that is Quaga. Planet at some puzzle, and to that is Quasi. 30 million Aussie, one hate de Lohanet at Sampa. Hat at Jano and null hat did at Anet at Sambanil, sick is Quantan. Minister, Education, Culture, Employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Ayutet Ahadnisi don't just a golf chutla. A atone to the education partners hats at Dedilla. Hot elder to the members to the committee city at Dedilla. Minister Education, Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot at Jordan's principles in Sampalane. A Tladneha. Hot at 30 million seat to it on 9 seat to it Jordan's principal to it at Sampatagar, La Lechare, but all the house areas car. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could do it at school Nanat and a low. To the therapeutic therapist and hello Sequila Galatalo to the Jordan's principles in Sampata, low to the Nesequiat Iril Behelagalata. The hiring like I do it at least coin is this is a quick bit at the other, but at the hello. At the same, it's a Nanagaya to it, and it's a quick is combat at the sea. And I as Kedu Agatala hello to the Jordan's principles in Tampa said last year. Hot only Tampa and Kura to the federal government's end. Had no another delay had as a sassing her on the letter that that it is saying I let on. Had that is quite not a theory policy guard they got a dollar. I can't say none new call at that night and somebody I hate doing that. Range Lake. Mr. Speaker, how that the different programs hello. How that Sampa Gold Nilya to that is Quaha policy to it. That policy had like Lenny a year, some policy a year at Hot at Jordan's principle to that Sampananas at since Nilo Koy to Sampananas at Samter, but other to circuit this Quantanal Cano circuits at DC Sampataka on Jalo. Hot at Minister C. Hatilo. At that was considered I can assert is not there, or I think that's it. Minister, Education, Culture, Employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had to that Sampani Leoni Lese. Had to that schooling review on it in kindergarten to grade 12 and all to it as a quick in Gahanal Canlesi was a debate theater. Had to that. Arrange care lisi to that secubits at the how a unit and a lot at the educational gatala na sit in it same rate than a year. Minister Education oral questions. Yelnef Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At that one, to it upon nails kidnapping that. To it lanet at Tentani Yard Canada ARC. at an tenathon netalo descent on the gaya to the human resources gaya to the specialized skills trade to nurse don leon nitrogen don leon could to the premier zebras car to the departmental data egalana to the descent on the gaya ayon tenathon no siu sekutanic until helagalata hasitlani than I baga you know that's another that Tlat ura pimp, Mr. Speaker. Could isn't an it's on Nanak Ayat another John dear Nisi Papa Nezon. Horel Yon Siulit, a Hatleris Chessy, Polish and others Nezonas and law. John C. Town Lins Nilo Japolish chair. It has at the horny lat ella. To it on Nina chilled a lot of croissant they have there on. Could you hide the aditilo? The minister ECC didn't hadn't hanilo. Had epic egalite. Had the investments national defense in Nil. It's some panilli had alluded a federal government seat. Had epic at some part, lot the town leo to exploration or it's some part. Had that the sense on the neck ARC. You never had there at it at Oha on hat a hella at one had a low. Had at an transit at Zanenka Noster than a Tentagalay you not say. Yelnef Center. Catching us tossing last in your high new. Chapulish chin is on already Nilo, Napaharelia. Could do that premier say to that didn't it's some part on in the law. That the investments of saw. Drink on a hat they say, a can no hat there, an investments in your say. Mr. Speaker, I want to the Department of National Defense. Some part in the do business who they have job. Some part on the other law to that Ogalata hat business and Lenek Aya. Tagara yon honey sits in la. Had to lead to that Department of National Defense been to it. Had to lay hat or hat a egalitato. Not the key Yelnef Center, Mr. Speaker. Cooper Grillion the law. Good descent on the Nagaya Northwest Territory State and Chanate Zel Eo Security Nick de Lot or Chanate Sharon and the law. This in Northwest Territory Skaya. At that orange kisses that got one hello. At that 200 Irish Carl. At that mandate letter C, a say you can tell anything. Yelnef Center, what on the bar, orange carrot on the bar, to this. Napaha and Lacha. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that with a premier that they say to the land access in the second market. Had that with a young child, yeah. Had that the environmental climate change minister that occur. Land tender issues, a yet anopahuni la rolo. Tlat ura. Klein thoughts and baha after that. Land tender applications are 10,000 baha 3. Environment climate change. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sianisano John Aril on sit on the zone then say did the city of Yelena but LK on Kenezon beheld I LQ did uncle dead only say job bullish. Aharil in Siu to the official say to the thoughts and Baha on how you net and it on. Had added a lot in Nilio to the budget giant, but an ass neither to the land transfer all the later. Had added under the cursing on by a lake daughter. Mercy, Range Lake. Mercy to the minister had delivered a timeline, see Bansaha and Highlanelo. Had at Tlain saw in Galia Hani than a Bansa and let in Galia there, Tlat Ura and Galia. Tlain saw a nurse card. Tlain Saha, a press card minister. Minister Education, Environment, Climate Change. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Kuchan to that all yasi had added a horny lat illusinil eo. On that day, nil inco 560 applications at nil yellow to it on ni quants on ni back at Seha. Hanet at is nil yellow. Had I but 8 day on the law. Had I Brazil Carraro, Besnial Q, 15% could and
Operations as a result of that investment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To Minister, Environment and Climate Change. Final supplementary, member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make sure we're not talking about different issues. Freeing up land for housing is different than freeing up land in the city for development. So how much shorter is that timeline going to be, especially in areas that have been identified for investment from the military? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's conversations that are going on right now with the city, with D&D, that relate to the theoretical possible investment in Yellowknife, according to the earlier comments. So, we have really focused on this and working together with the city. I think this is a priority that the city has identified, we've identified. We've gone back, we've looked at what's currently available, what the interest of the parties are, what other areas will be required to support that investment. So we are certainly engaged in that conversation. We have been for quite a while, and we continue to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Oral questions. Oral questions, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring up one of my absolute favorite subjects. And I was driving downtown in the riding of Yellowknife Centre on 50th Street. And I was admiring the posters on the future Tony Whitford building. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the minister as to when that'll officially be designated the Tony Whitford building. So obviously this is questions to the Minister of Housing.
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, Housing NWT and this government received a number of applications for naming of buildings, of the two buildings. So these applications have gone before the Honors Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing NWT. Member from Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When can we have a formal answer, or when, maybe I should back up, when is the Honours Committee going to meet on this particular subject so we can formally name the Tony Whitford building on 50th Street for people here in Yellowknife and the Northwest Territories recognizing his commitment?
Member from Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Mr. Speaker, the Honours Advisory Committee has been given the applications and the naming of these two buildings here in downtown Yellowknife. So it's really the administration with the Honours Advisory Committee to set up the meetings themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for Housing NWT. Final supplementary, member from Yellowknife Centre.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of people are waiting for that banner to be raised about the Tony Whitford building. Is there any reason why the Department of Housing did not set a deadline when to respond to with their particular recommendation, again, naming that new building the Tony Whitford building? Thank you.
Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Housing NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the deadline was set. It was set for February 8th, from what I understand, and there was a number of applications, and those are now with the Honors Advisory Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Responsible for Housing and NWT. Oral questions. Oral questions. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to the Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports on committee on the review of bills. Reports of committee on the review of bills. Reports on standing and special committees. Reports on standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Minister Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Plain language summary of Bill 45, Civil Forfeiture Act, Statement of Consistency for Bill 45, Civil Forfeiture Act, and Trespass Legislation What We Heard report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Tabling of documents. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, Annual Report for the Education Bodies of the Northwest Territories for the 2024-2025 school year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Table and document. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, interactivity transfers exceeding $250,000, April 1st to December 31st, 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling documents. Table document. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table a CBC News item posted March 5th, 2026, titled Yellowknife Family Calls for Changes to Medical Travel Policy After Troubling Experience. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. First reading of bills. Just take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present Bill 46, Prevention of Proceedings that Hamper Expression of Matters of Public Interest Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Mackenzie Delta. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 46 is deemed to have first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 47, Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2026-2027, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 47 is deemed to have first reading and is ready for second reading. First reading of bills, first reading of bills. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member of Hay River North, that Bill 45, Civil Forfeiture Act, be read for the second time. The proposed Civil Forfeiture Act will provide the GNWT with a way to disrupt the flow of money from criminal activity that is distinct from criminal prosecutions. The proposed bill will authorize the GNWT to pursue civil forfeiture of property obtained by or used in unlawful activity. This ensures that people engaged in unlawful activity do not profit from crime and reduces the likelihood they will engage in further criminal behavior. The proposed bill lays out the procedural and evidentiary rules that will apply to civil forfeitures. The proposed bill also sets out rules for managing seized property and for how forfeited funds can be used. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. The motion is in order. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstain? The motion is carried. Bill 45 has been read a second time and is referred to the Standing Committee of the Assembly for further consideration. Second reading of bills, second reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 47, Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures 2026-2027, be read for the second time. This bill authorizes the Government of the Northwest Territories to make appropriations for operations expenditures for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. It also sets out limits on amounts that may be borrowed by the Commissioner on behalf of the Government, including information in respect of all existing borrowing and all projected borrowing for the fiscal year. It authorizes the making of disbursements to pay the principal of amounts borrowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Finance. The motion is in order. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Nay. All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Bill 47 has been read a second time and is referred to a standing committee. No, just read for a second time. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters with the member from the Date Show in the chair.
Hot after the committee of the whole, the order committee Tlanosana. Anuvik Budlik. Mercy, Madam Chair, to the committee Bill 34, the dash 20 BRAC 1 Trespass Property Act, a committee report. Standing Committee on Social Development Bill 34, Trespassing Property Act. The committee ani dano. On the Fields and Grill Arha. Mercy Committee.
Okay, committee will now call the meeting back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. I will ask the Minister of Justice to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm here today to discuss Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. The purpose of the proposed act is to create a legislative framework that governs trespass to private property, to schools, and to certain types of private interests on public lands, such as leases. The legislation will create a trespass offense, as well as set out certain exemptions and defenses to trespass, forms of giving notice, arrest provisions, and sentences for violations. The act will outline the rights of property owners and lawful occupiers and the consequences for those found in violation. The proposed bill includes significant safeguards for Indigenous rights, including explicit recognition of Indigenous and treaty rights, ensuring Indigenous and treaty rights take precedent in the event of conflict, and requiring that the act be carried out in accordance with any applicable agreements. The proposed act is part of the GNWT's commitment to address public safety concerns by deterring potentially criminal behavior and damage that trespassers may cause. Public engagement has indicated significant support for this legislation. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on Social Development for the work undertaken to advance motions to improve the bill. This concludes my remarks, and I would be pleased to answer any questions that members may have regarding Bill 34. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Does committee agree? Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today with me I have on my left Megan Birch, Director Policy and Planning Division, Department of Justice, and on my right Clayton Lowther, Legislative Counsel, Legislative Division, Department of Justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now turn to the chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 34.
I sit down. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on October 31st, 2025, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. In January 2026, committee held public hearings on the bill in Yellowknife and Hay River, and met with the Hay River Healthy Community Committee. Committee also received 4 written submissions. I would like to thank all the stakeholders and members of the public who participated in committee's review and provided us with valuable feedback on Bill 34. On February 25th, 2026, committee held its clause-by-clause review of the bill, where 9 amendments were made to Bill 34 with the minister's concurrence. I thank the committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 34. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to our committee chair for her work steering the ship on this important piece of legislation. As noted, the bill was amended substantially with 9 pretty crucial amendments. One of those was to allow or expand the enforcement power to peace officers that could be defined in regulations. Now that that change has been made, I'd like to ask the minister what the process will be to develop those regulations, as a number of stakeholders wrote into the committee requesting that those responsible for enforcing the act could be broadened from the RCMP. So now that the bill's amended, that can be possible, but it's still not in there until the regulations are drafted. So can the minister just walk the public through how that process works and what the intentions of the department are? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this area, as it being a change that happened during the review of committee, is certainly an area that I think will require a little bit more work and a look across the territory. There's a significant, I think, difference in sort of what the city, things might look like in the city and how it may look in a smaller community. So certainly I think there's some work to do on this, and I think we need to also ensure that we're consulting appropriately with the potential affected residents that need to have input as we move forward in drafting the regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go back to the member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister for that. So it's important to note that this is an enabling power. It's not a prescriptive power. So creating the ability for other peace officers to enforce the act doesn't mean they must, but obviously if a community asks for that, that would be what the regulations would be drafted for. So where we're at now, I guess, what I'm trying to get at is, if the city of Yellowknife feels prepared, and the committee received written correspondence to that end, is prepared to use their municipal enforcement officers, or wants to use them under the act, how long will it take to get them into regulation so that's made possible? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass to the Director for a little more detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director Birch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regards to your question, I think for the bylaw officers, the intent is not for this legislation to apply to municipal lands. So that's one thing we have to take into consideration. And then beyond that, I think in general, if we are looking at other enforcement bodies, we're going to have to engage with them to determine their capabilities under this legislation. We know that the RCMP are capable of enforcing this. We'll have to do some further work and analysis to determine what other enforcement bodies will also be capable of that before we prescribe them in the regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Go back to the member for Range Lake.
Thank you. So the key concern here is that the way the bill was drafted initially, it only applied to the RCMP, which the RCMP welcomed as an additional tool in the toolkit. But when the committee put questions to the RCMP around, will this increase your workload? Do you anticipate seeing more issues? They said no, because we already get a ton of complaints related to trespass. And this just allows us to deal with those when we want to proceed them. But the flip side to that is, so what good, there's not going to be a huge rush of operational need, and we're going to be short RCMP members. But the flip to that is, people want to see more results on the streets, they want to see more results in their businesses, and they want to see this act actually used effectively. So if we're not seeing more volume, that's why more peace officers would be helpful to this end. And that's also something that was shared by the RCMP. So I guess where I'm at is that's why we made this change. There are communities that are signaling that they're interested in this. is there a kind of near-term possibility for this? Like, I know we have to look at it. I'm not saying that we won't, but what is the anticipated? Now that the minister's concurred with the amendment, has had time to, the department's looked at it, had time to wrap their heads around it. What is the anticipated time required to develop such a regulation to expand into other peace officers? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest we're probably looking at a 4 to 6 month window to have the opportunity to go through, address that, and be able to come back and see what that can look like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Range Lake.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. So I'm sure there's going to be many people out there who are municipalities and communities who are looking for that enabling power, or at least a chat about it. So now they know in 4 to 6 months the department will be ready for a phone call. So thank you very much to the minister for clarifying that.
Would you like to comment, Minister of Justice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the input from the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now go to the member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have questions for the minister, but I wanted to comment, or take this opportunity to comment, following up on a similar theme, actually, as my colleague. So I just wanted to note that through amendments suggested by the committee, we've opened up the possibility down the road for enforcement powers to be extended to other kinds of peace officers through regulations. But there has not yet been a clear public dialogue about what it would mean to expand which kinds of officers can enforce the Trespass Act. And there's, even the idea has been thrown around of expanding enforcement powers to, for example, private security guards. So when the government establishes these regulations, I just want to urge the government to make sure that there is extensive public consultation in that process, because I do think it needs to be carefully thought through and understood by all stakeholders and the general public. There was certainly a general feeling in the feedback we got that people want to be able to take some of the pressure off of busy RCMP officers who could be instead out dealing with more serious incidents. And so the idea is, well, just let bylaw officers or sheriffs or maybe private security guards deal with trespassers. Except that the way the Act is written is that enforcement includes arrest. And people, I think, expect that it must include arrest for the Act to be taken seriously. You can't just keep giving people tickets over and over again if they're not paying them, if they're continuously ignoring the warnings and the tickets. So I understand that we already may have private security guards, for example, handcuffing people or detaining people, and I assume this is under the authority of citizen's arrest, which is supposed to be used to protect people or property if someone is posing an active threat. I do have strong concerns about how that authority is currently being used and potentially misused by the unregulated profession of private security, and I spoke about that the other day. But even setting that aside, with the trespass...
Nitsin katuita private security pa next kilo. Kuton cha asi et tuan yoil salo.
For the simple act of being somewhere they're not supposed to be, even if they're not engaging in mischief per se.
Ko khans asil sin kon to itena kon violence kon il sin kon da. Kutut a trespass act se. Hat etut ampa kon se benan se how ka se. Dut a town kon tena ken nere in a benan kaya se. Tena coin since in kon. Hat a jat tena ken ne hat dole lo benan be kon se. Hat kuiten kingar international during day trespassing hahul kalo. Hat da pub ayon general kara. Kutit a bylaw officers a con server con security guards a con do it then bylaw set on the king's key real the hot shot at London ha. I related the protocols at the bagargalata on your kill loss it. Could do it a sit and the beheld another had it a sit and beheld another let would at a sit and then a gone out leha. Kua concentrate I don't answer car says it on any Thursday. Had the municipalities entered a can it on the sit and then a hell galan now con. Had added a GNWT babasat eloted a municipality sit in its and called Ralyaran and it called daily. Good municipalities had we in a high hello. Are you there? Had added at the exhibit people's rights and freedom city party on low. Could the Dagara then at the Hatano Kana unloaded the bylaws officers what it and not suit and a king still ha. Cool Hansen Hatchare do it at then Tatne then say to it at public. Had added hat ulit and Papanazon the holy to the bylaw officer say to it a log any Leo Hatano Kana. Could Hatchare to the then our rights net and see people's rights are violated. Henilo, kuyi si papanes ay hacharet lan neha. Kutu chan kebes niel kia At atu ay pagana no te ay hanisana ay hosin esencha. Ay paga. Mercy. Mr. Justice, Mercy, Madam Chair. Had added a kidney loss in Mercy. Had added at the Hanine at the kidney host. Had added a public bill car on feedback. Did a Henry log AO, did a deal, did on by hell another in say. Did a not in your kidney, your lot elo. City of Yellowknife Chu, did a higher law, sick a chocolate in a chilo, ayota sit and tutilo. Could you see at it in a barrel caro? Did at a set a lot illedenet in Hadelo a bagar besnial key hallo. Had added that in Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, I'll take on the behella there. Had added that Kenneth on Silieril and Seniseno, Kuchapanail Kiku, Duita Sitten Behella Catala now Belau, Petzetaritiu, Hatula Papaya Kill Sinocha. Atula Tompek Egalataha onto the regulations. Mercy to Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. City Burst Car, dear Minister. At to Yakinil Yalut, the committee's report. AC Yakinil Yaw. Mercy, Minister of Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, had added a yakinil yalen seated as security guards on Kath. Had a seated ayun bakonil ka on Kenezonanet ea. e bak egalai ta so e banani telo to security guards gone. Member from Lake, Mercy. Recommendation to us as Standing Committee on Social Development Citizens on the neck that Ogatal not is coinzio had added a trespass property act at a civic egalai na how to that uyakinita Minister Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. A nil in Hatorilla. Had appets and tarity had a year. Mercy, don't I member Frame Lake? Mercy, Madam Chair. Had added the committee report that dead with Asaya Kinint on a Jaya Kibik any on. To a standing committee, to a standing committee, social development, to a could that Bill 34 I said that with that trespass I colony say a banana sir law. Had added on it include review all your cool to your Naya Kinil yellow had added a minister city that oil. Member Frame Lake had added a recommendations in a report bill seat on next year a bring car to the minister bring car how report gone. The bill gone. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had added a report see bill how new to a report see ya kidneys on yard to a bill see because Benersnila at a illustrate had added a committee seat to a bill Congress of Cardinal. Mercy Kate added that chair's car.
The committee report will be discussed after the bill. If the recommendations are passed as motions, the government will have 120 days to respond to them. Do you have further questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe what I'll do instead of asking questions is just say that I appreciate the committee's review of this bill and yeah, that the recommendations of committee.
That with I kinin lasi recommend the kinin lasi to the committee see to the bill ka at a year tank in your santonha. A mercy to a new public. A mercy, Madam Chair. At that door is Carharness Church, in Gonsley. Hot that with our alkaline that with our law near her. Hot only to the pay a kid lost it to the I cannot, but you're not in this. Hot that with and cannot then go. No, it's a then go. Hot day minister, you're on Saturday. Mercy, Minister Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. Ko sit as red car sit at is a call but an husky and had only to bro on the handle seen in at this day. In a big put like mercy, Madam Chair. Had at it arrest car sit. Flat out that land claim agreement see papa how do it I don't Sylvia not at this. Had mercy, I can't say to her. Minister Justice, Senior Ill. Mercy, Madam Chair, Sinise. Had at upper as Karatula and not the Tibets as Kia Nisi. Had at a committee only Satiro. Do member from Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had at another sea Celsi, kinder Lajal, had related our minister seats and to bill review on Saku, Nani Tentasi, Tentasi, Nani Tesi, Yakini Lalo. Had at that to Akal, the seat with that to the minister, Yagon Satire. Go to it and I built it at a sit and to it and I Yakini Lana Petilia. Mercy, Minister Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had that with that oil ya sit with a summary conviction ya. Era silya. Then I can't no neither that. Had I said Nistano. Go to it a sit and to it a rat DC a kinezuni on a center car to it a build a on it aha. Had only to the regulation see a don't on anyhow that it also entered the entire year in the last or up not aha. Had the minister say you had to look to the I see how they let them darn kinch off. I had to Akaseta. Minister Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. A Bonlaski seat, the deal of Bonail Kira. Sit the honest and at Coa can't say to it a ticket of Conal to the law, to a class in a tero. Had leap at the thirst near the year. Had at it a yakinin, ya say, but a bagar, a bet, the anayaki, Hilton Lottery Bill. From Lake, further at once, one nice carry on. Could I mercy ye ha? Did the minister had the sealed upper scarilla? Mercy. Had at our committee sealed our general comments, did our reserve Carhilo, had don't clause by clause review a bill Eliada committee do it bill number de keso banani de class nit in order. Page 3 bills page 3 can to class 1 committee any the no. Class 2 committee any the no. Class 3 committee any the no. Class 4 committee any the no. Class 5 committee any the no. Class 6 class 6 committee any the no. The Kleinstein committee any the no. 18 committee any the no. 9 committee any the no. Tono committee any the no. Sawville committee any the no. Nuckerville committee any the no. Carville C committee any the no. Danville committee any the no. Committee Clause 7.1 Banal Anothano Bill 34 what I trespass to Akatese Anothano to 34 Could committee Bill 34 trespass to property access don't coconut because mercy committee Hat at committee said to it out upon none desert bill 34 because killing the trespass to property act. Mercy minister. And it's a witness, see mercy listeners, and a sergeant of arms street, then a Quintela witness. Donc, aha.
Committee, welcome back. We have agreed to consider report 37-20(1), Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. I will go to the chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development for any opening comments. Member for Mafui.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, was read into the record on March 3rd, 2026. The committee has made 6 recommendations to ensure that Trespass to Property Act can be applied clearly across the Northwest Territories with a multitude of stakeholders, and to make sure the legislation can be enforced more efficiently. The committee looks forward to the government's response to these recommendations. The committee would like to thank everyone who participated in the review and gave thoughtful feedback to this committee to consider. I would like to thank the committee for their work on this review. Individual members may have additional comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 37-20(1). See no further comments. MLA for Mafui.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories issue clear guidance and instructions to schools across the Northwest Territories on how to use and apply the Trespass to Property Act to their settings, including providing additional funds for producing prohibitions of entry signage as needed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. Okay, now. Okay, MLA for Mafui. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories create regulations under the Summary Convictions Procedures Act to include ticketable offenses for trespassing prior to Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act coming into force. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? MLA for Mafui. The motion is carried. Member MLA for Mafui.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories ensures that statistics on prosecution for trespassing are routinely included as part of general reporting on offenses and convictions in the Northwest Territories once the Trespass to Property Act has come into force, to provide insight on the effectiveness of the legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Member for MLA for Mafui.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories urgently create legislation that will regulate private security companies in the Northwest Territories and include a requirement for Northern and Indigenous cultural awareness training. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order. To the motion. Oh, sorry. Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to note, I guess for the record, that this motion, should it carry, joins many calls for regulation of private security companies in the Northwest Territories from several members of this Assembly. And I think it's important that the government recognize that now a standing committee is joining that as well. It's not, concerns of individual members raised, but it is the concerns shared by one of the committees of this Assembly. So I encourage the committee to vote in favor of this motion as a result. It's very important that we regulate this. And I know some of the commentary is it's not a recognized priority, but of the priorities of the Legislative Assembly, of the 20th Assembly, public safety is one of those priorities. And if regulating private security companies isn't related to public safety, I don't know what is. That's directly within line. I don't think it's in the government's mandate, but that's a different story from the priorities of this Assembly. It fits in the priorities. It's something that is increasingly becoming more and more important to regulate. Maybe it's not the top priority, and probably we can all name more pressing priorities, but it's certainly something that needs to be looked at and started. So I again urge the committee to support this and for the government to take it seriously, because there are real concerns out there. We had a town hall meeting, and this is one of the things that came up, and it is coming from largely Indigenous people who are concerned about how private security companies are functioning in the Northwest Territories. And I think we need to be very sensitive to those concerns and take them very seriously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion's carried. MLA for Mafwee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories create and publicize clear policy guidance for the general public, private security companies, and Indigenous government in the Northwest Territories on how the Trespass to Property Act can be used. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. MLA for Mafwee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that this committee recommends that the government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within the 120 days. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? The motion is carried. Thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of committee report 37-20(1) Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of committee report 37-20(1) Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act. What is the wish of the committee? I will go to Inuvik, member for Inuvik Bootlake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. I will now rise and report progress. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, and Committee Report 37-20(1). Standing Committee on Social Development report on Bill 34, Trespass to Property Act, and would like to report progress with 6 motions, and that Committee Report 37-20(1) is concluded, and that Bill 34 is ready for third reading. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Member from Dëne Sůłıné, can I have a seconder? Nuvik Twin Lakes. You're just jumping up and down there, so we'll get you there this time. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Motion carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Great. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Bill 47, Appropriations Act, Operations Expenditures, 2026-2027 be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The motion is in order. To the motion. The member from Nuvik Twin Lakes. Or no, Nuvik Boot Lakes. Let's try that one. I was going to let the Minister of Finance or Minister of Health and Social Services talk, but we'll go with you there, Minister, or member. I just promoted you.
Got a new lake. I'm now a minister. This is great.
Man, this budget negotiation has really gone off the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's definitely been a long day, certainly a long couple of weeks. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak to Bill 47, the Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures 2026-2027 today. As I rise, I want to take a moment to reflect on the work this Assembly has put into this year's budget and the process that got us there. Our goal throughout this has been straightforward: to push for improvements that matter to Northerners, to ensure Cabinet hears the concerns of regular members, and to make sure this budget meets the moment our territory is facing. Consensus government is collaborative. It is also demanding. It requires honesty, patience, and hard conversations. But when members put in the work and ask the hard questions and push for better answers, and when the government responds, Northerners see the benefit. In her remarks, the Minister of Finance acknowledged that the work of members shaped the budget before us, and that through this process, the government added roughly $40 million in new investments directly responding to the priorities of the Assembly and for our constituents. Mr. Speaker, that is consensus government doing its job. I want to take a moment to speak to what we achieved together. Throughout the review of the main estimates, members pushed hard on the issues Northerners tell us matter most. One of the most significant areas we focused on was primary care reform. We pushed for real timelines, real staffing commitments, and real changes to how people access care. Cabinet agreed to release the Integrated Primary and Community Health Care Framework and Roadmap this spring. establish consistent care teams, fill key vacancies, and expand nurse practitioner and community health nurse roles where communities face chronic gaps. Mr. Speaker, one place where Northerners expect to see real progress is in medical travel. Members have been clear. People need a system that is more predictable, coordinated, and easier to navigate. This budget does strengthen that work. The Medical Travel Case Management Initiative will improve scheduling and reduce repeat trips, and the government plans to move it toward permanency in Budget 2027. Investments in telehealth, diagnostic capacity, and frontline training will also reduce unnecessary travel and support better care in communities. These are practical steps that Northerners will feel directly, and the kind of improvements this budget must continue to deliver. Mr. Speaker, we also know that inclusive schooling and supports for children are important to Northerners. We pushed government to strengthen supports in classrooms for students with diverse needs. The Minister committed to major enhancements in clinical services, early literacy screening and supports, and transition pathways. I note that early learning stability remains a huge concern. Members emphasized the need to protect early learning and childcare programs, despite uncertainty around federal funding. The Minister responded by confirming that continuity for families will be maintained. Also, adult education and workforce preparation are central to meeting current labor needs and positioning people for emerging opportunities. Strengthening these pathways gives adults the skills, supports, and credentials required to move into work quickly and stay there. Mr. Speaker, members were clear that Northerners need real pathways into jobs that we have today. Cabinet has committed to modernizing adult learning, strengthening early skills, and aligning post-secondary programs with workforce needs. We also heard confirmation that new teaching and social work programs will move ahead, and that former CLC spaces, that's community learning centers, Mr. Speaker, will be available for Indigenous and community governments to deliver training with GNWT support. These are practical steps. Now they need to turn into results. Major projects rely on the system being ready. Aligning processes, supports, and capacity keeps timelines tight and makes it easier to move from opportunity to action. Members pushed for clarity, and timelines on the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Towston Line, and the Arctic Economic and Security Corridor. The Minister committed to clearer timelines, stronger coordination, and meaningful consultation with Indigenous partners and governments. And Mr. Speaker, I want to speak directly about LNG. LNG is a real opportunity for the Beaufort Delta. The government confirmed it will work with the Inuvialu Regional Corporation to advance the Mackenzie Delta LNG field toward full feasibility. LNG is not a side conversation. It is central to economic growth, energy security, and the North's role in a changing world. To fully maximize these opportunities, we need the right people in the right places with the authority to make decisions when they're needed. Capacity isn't just about staffing. It's also having the right systems, funding, and supports aligned so work can move without delay. Housing and land availability are core foundations for growth. Communities and regional centres need stable housing options, accessible land, and the internal capacity to plan, approve, and deliver projects. We pushed hard on expediting land transfers, improving community capacity and housing availability. The Minister outlined steps to accelerate land transfers and support Indigenous-led housing. We are pleased to hear that this will include improving housing options for seniors in enterprise. And Mr. Speaker, for the Tlicho region, work is underway towards a more responsive administrative structure and better on-the-ground access to territorial services in the region. Community safety remains a priority members raised throughout the review of these estimates. The message was consistent. Residents need a more reliable safety presence in smaller communities and better access to justice services. Members pressed for improved RCMP presence in communities without detachments. The Minister committed to overnight accommodations in Gamatee and Sigachik and improved access to justice services. Mr. Speaker, as I have said here before, you cannot build a strong economy on weak healthcare, education, housing, or without Indigenous partnership. A strong economy requires strong services and strong relationships. If families can't get care, they won't stay. If workers can't find housing, they won't come. If training doesn't match real jobs, employers remain short-staffed. If governments aren't working together, decisions stall and opportunities are lost. This budget can move us in that right direction, but the real test is delivery, Mr. Speaker. The eyes of the country are on the Arctic. Significant defence spending is coming to the Beaufort Delta and across the NWT. NORAD modernization, Arctic readiness, operational hubs, these developments mean jobs, infrastructure, and long-term presence. But opportunity does not wait. And as I said in my reply to the budget address, if we are slow, investment will go elsewhere. The budget work is done, Mr. Speaker, but the delivery work is not. Mr. Speaker, members will expect to see primary care improvements this year, supplementary appropriations that match commitments, real timelines for major projects, land moves so housing can be built, training aligned to real jobs, and progress reports, not just intentions. Members will monitor delivery against major project timelines, progress on land transfers, implementation of healthcare reforms, follow-through on inclusive schooling, and action on community safety commitments. We are looking for steady, visible progress, not perfection, but movement, and we will continue to work to hold the government to account. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear, this budget is just a first step. Now the government must show whether it can meet the moment. The pressures facing Northerners are real, and this budget has to translate into results that people can see and feel. With this in mind, I want to thank the Minister, her officials, all the members for the work done through this budget process. It was rigorous, sometimes difficult, but productive. Northerners expect us to make things better, not all at once, but year by year, decision by decision, budget by budget. This budget positions the NWT to move forward. Now government has to get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Nunavut Lake. To the motion. To the motion. Member from Range Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was a good summary from my colleague from Nunavut Lake. However, the other day we had a member stand up and say they might have to be the unpopular one to break some truths, and I guess it's my turn that day, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we set out to, when I cautioned this Assembly about at the beginning of this budget process was to settle for low expectations and continue a culture of low expectations. And unfortunately, we are there again. We need big, ambitious ideas to carry us into an uncertain future. And unfortunately, we are settling for what I would characterize as the bare minimum in many cases, at least when it comes to the concerns raised by members. Now, Mr. Speaker, looking through the Finance Minister's list of commitments that were given to regular members, starting with the, which is the bulk of it. We've had a lot of words on the overall budget, but I think this is the area that regular members were really seized on. First, to healthcare. All this work that's being promised is an elaboration and further detail of work that was already underway. Work that was underway by the people strategy, by the public administrator's work plan, by the system as it's currently being administered. We're just getting ahead of that by asking more questions, which are important questions to ask. But the results are what Northerners are looking for. And the results are still unclear to me. I appreciate that there's commitments to staff every position that's been asked for. There's commitments to improve and enhance community wellness, especially in small communities, in health cabin communities, which are the most removed from services. It's great that those commitments are there. And why wouldn't you say if the positions are on the books, we're going to fund them? Of course you do. But we don't see new funding to support these things apart from what was already in the budget. And there was new funding in that budget that I've already spoken to and supported. I support seeing more healthcare dollars. We just need more, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking to CLCs, which is another live issue, the commitment is to provide, quote, the financial coverage of the associated O&M. It does not include programming dollars. So whilst the government will pay for over a 2-year period, will pay for the power, the fuel, keep the lights on, the actual programming has to come from somewhere else. And that means it's going to come from Indigenous partners who may or may not have access to those dollars. So the CLCs are by no means a done deal and not coming back to life anytime soon without additional investment and support. And this is something members have raised repeatedly. Stabilize the program until we figured it out, until Indigenous governments and communities are in the position to take them over and operate them so they're effective at providing the education and skills development that we need to support our workforce. As to the economic pieces, the concerns around the regulatory system are still very live, including around mineral tenure, the Mineral Resources Act, which is still not enforced. I've been calling for it to be expedited. The committee called for it to be expedited. We have no real change to that. We're still sticking to the same timelines, which is basically the end of this term. Now, the only commitment made was to bring the MARS system, the online map staking system, into the regulations, which I was under the impression, after asking about this repeatedly since getting elected, that it was going to get done. That was my assumption. That was the assumption of many members I've talked to, that it was going to get done. That was the commitment, and now it's just being reinforced. So it's not a new commitment. It's a restatement of an old commitment. And as for the Mackenzie Valley Highway, well, the line here is important. Quote, "Well, financial resources remain contingent on external funding." So we still don't have the dollars, but we're going to put forward a plan. And the last time this happened, we had a notional plan for housing, and that caused such a frustration on this side of the House that we pushed and pushed and pushed until it got funded. So maybe that will happen again. But notional plans are not firm spending commitments, and they're not moving the economy forward. It's more planning, it's more aspirations. And we need to set ambitious timelines for these projects, especially around the Arctic Economic and Security Corridor and the Tulsan Transmission Line. Government can do that. We have to work with Indigenous partners, absolutely. But telling our partners we need to move firmly, our government has made this commitment to these deadlines, how do we work together to get there? That's the kind of leadership I'm looking for. That's the kind of leadership many Northerners are looking for as well. It's not disrespectful or colonial to say we have to meet the moment. And we're going to support every party going there, but this is what we're looking for. And we still don't know what those timelines are. I think perhaps, and to land tenure for economic development, there's commitments for to free up land for housing, and I think that's an important commitment. But the thing that Yellowknife MLAs have been pushing for years and years and years is access to municipal lands for the city and for all communities, not just Yellowknife, but it's a particularly acute problem in Yellowknife, and it's something that we hear about all the time. We don't have commitments to speed up that process. We have commitments to make the processing applications, which is largely a backlog, 15% faster. That's processing files could mean a no at the end of the day. We don't know whether it's going to speed things up or whether it's going to give certainty that the land will in fact be available for development. And that's the number one piece that addresses these defense commitments that were being promised. The $10 billion of investment. We need land for that investment. And it's not all available yet, despite the fact that successive assemblies have passed motions and called loudly for municipal land transfers to happen across the board. So all communities can develop at their own pace and choose how to grow their communities. And again, this member at least is tired of calling for the same thing and being told we're doing it, and yet nothing happens, nothing changes. Mr. Speaker, the $30 million, because that's the bulk of what's being promised here, the $30 million for the inclusive schooling review. Now, I am a big proponent of inclusive schooling and properly funding it. It's something school education bodies, at least in Yellowknife, have been calling for a very long time, and there's been a gap. So I welcome the review. I think it's important. But I haven't read that review. In fact, no one on this side of the House has read that review. So I find it a little confusing that we're being told we push for this. In fact, the quote, the 30 million commitment to inclusive schooling stands as one of the clearest examples of how member concerns translate directly into approved services for Northerners. We didn't ask for 30 million. 30 million was offered when we said, please make sure you strengthen inclusive education based on the review you're doing. So why didn't we get the $1 million for the RCMP crisis intervention team? Why didn't we get the $700,000 for the Dene Nation to move forward on housing? Other things members have raised on the floor. Those are much smaller asks, but we get 30 million, something we didn't ask for that we welcome. But I would suspect these were already planned expenditures that happen to align with an ask, which is a great win for members that they want to take it. But there's a number of things that weren't addressed. There's a number of things that continue to frustrate my constituents and frustrate members. A compassionate medical travel policy. I have publicly said I won't support spending until we see this put in place. There are going to be costs associated with it, but they're costs I'm willing to pay and costs the public wants this government to pay. And the fact that we, again, continue to pass motions calling for it, we continue to make statements, there's news coverage on it, there are more stories out there than I've even heard, but I know that they're out there. I know I work closely with my colleagues who have raised this as well, affecting everyone from people in Yellowknife to people in the smallest remote communities. And now there are questions around treaty rights being raised as well. So this is, we desperately need to do this, and having a case management team is important. That's a first step. But the policy piece, which we've clearly articulated, is not being addressed. It continues to be ignored, and the problems continue piling up. A child and youth advocate. I mean, I was really taken, I thank the House for passing that motion and my colleagues who spoke to it. There was one line that really stuck with me, and it's stuck with me since we had that debate. No is not an option. And I agree wholeheartedly. No is not an option. We need this service. We're the only one who doesn't have it. At a fractional cost of the value it provides, of the value for money it provides to taxpayers, and more importantly, the tremendous value it provides to children and youth in the North, in the jurisdictions where it's present. There's many ways we could do this. And it is not a $30 million ask. Did we get that? No. Despite it being one of the top asks of the committee. I will also speak to one other thing that I feel strongly about. The House also passed a motion calling for a dedicated emergency management agency. This is something that has been recommended by at least 2 independent reviews of the emergency management system. I know the government's response on this. But again, if I'm going to support a budget, I want to see the government following the advice of the experts it pays for and the advice that is being given by the House, and yes, a non-binding motion, but a very clearly articulated motion of what the priorities of this Assembly ought to be with respect to public safety based on the words we're speaking. And that's not being produced in this budget. It is not being produced in any budget and won't be. So how can we support these motions? How can we read the reviews and support the reviews and see all the work that's been poured into them and not expect to see it in budgets coming forward? Why are we paying for these reviews and plans and goals and timelines that are aspirational if we're not willing to put the money into realizing them? And yes, we don't have infinite dollars. I know that. There needs to be trade-offs. Willing to make them to meet the priorities. Tell me how you're gonna pay for a child and youth advocate, and I'll tell you I'm comfortable with it. But that's part of this back and forth. But instead, we're getting policy answers to a budget process. It's pretty easy to satisfy policy answers. It's a lot harder to provide the resources that are being requested to make a difference in our communities. So I've staked out turf here saying I appreciate the work that goes into these back and forth, but there are things that I need to see and that my constituents expect me to see, because I am tired of saying the same things back to them. I know you're frustrated. We've brought your concerns forward. I bring them in emails, I bring them in text messages, I bring them to the floor, I bring them to committees, but nothing's getting done. And eventually you have to draw the line and say, I'm going to stop supporting things until these things are changed. Because these are the most important things in my riding. That's why I'm bringing them up constantly, again and again and again. So until budgets reflect those values, I don't have confidence that this government's moving in the right direction for Range Lake. This is not an indictment of any person here. It is how the process of parliamentary governance works. And in this case, there are clear asks that are coming from my riding, being driven by my constituents, that are continuously ignored. And I'm not alone in this. But some members are willing to settle for what they can get, and I respect that. Everyone has to pursue this differently. I'm just not willing to settle for low expectations anymore and continue that culture that permeates throughout our institutions. It's time to be ambitious, it's time to be bold, and it's time to be honest about what we're getting, which is a lot less than what's being spoken about in speeches from members about how much we got, because we didn't get all that much. And we still have so far to go. Our economy is crumbling, our healthcare system is on life support. There are so many issues that we're struggling to keep pace with, and we're here to help, Believe it or not, we're here to help. But we need to be asked, and we need to be listened to. And if we're not listened to, yes, we become a voice of accountability and criticism, because that's what our constituents expect of us. And that's why I'm not supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker. And until these things are done, until these affordable, important things which will change the lives of my constituents and support their needs and aspirations are addressed, I won't be supporting budgets. And I hope that changes, Mr. Speaker, because that's what I'm elected to do, and that's what people tell me to do. And until that changes, I can't support this or future budgets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Range Lake. To the motion, member from Dëne Sůłıné.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 19th Assembly, when I was elected, I brought forward my issues in regards to priorities for my riding. And what I was told is that put it in the suitcase and try to throw it on the train. I came in through a midterm by-election. But, Mr. Speaker, in the 20th Assembly, after we got sworn in, I wrote a letter to the Premier on February 13th, 2024, outlining the priorities for my riding. And 2 weeks later, I have received a reply back from the Premier saying that he's going to encourage his minister to work with me to look at how we could work together on my priorities. And to this day, Mr. Speaker, no minister has reached out to me to talk about the priorities for Dëne Sůłıné riding. And now we're going to going into a third year of our mandate. And it's really frustrating because when I look through the budget right now, there's really nothing there, again, for small communities. And I'm really, really concerned about that. But Mr. Speaker, this is the Finance Minister's 7th consecutive budget since she assumed her role as start of this last Assembly. In this budget, like the rest of her budgets, I haven't seen any real investment in my riding of Dëne Sůłıné. What I notice, however, is a lot of debt. This minister has increased our borrowing limit several times. Our debt limit is now projected to reach $2.21 billion. Our budget has ballooned to $2.7 billion now. And what do we do? What do we get for it? Nothing in my writing. A lot of public servants, over 1,100 employees added since her first budget. About 25% increase. Those aren't all doctors and nurses and social workers and teachers. What we have instead are a lot more bureaucrats, ensure that we can make studies, writing reports, and develop strategies and business plans. But there are still not enough people to teach our children or keep our health centers open. We debate these every day in this chamber during our legislative session. And yet, for someone who is essentially the minister of everything, the Minister of Finance rarely addresses the challenges our community faces, leaving it to her to leaving it to her colleagues while responsible for their own departments must work with what the Minister of Finance provides. We know we're in a housing crisis. We know our healthcare services are struggling. With Jordan Principles funding cuts, it's clear education will struggle to provide culturally programs to meet the needs of Indigenous students. And yet we can't even come together to secure a small amount of funding for offices like Dëne Nation to coordinate a community housing proposal to build Canada homes. Since I was elected in the 19th Assembly, I've been keeping detailed lists of my community needs. I compile these lists with community leaders, stakeholders, my constituency, and send them to the minister every year, only to have them denied. Then here at budget time, I stand and go through that list, voicing my disappointment, while the minister and her colleagues sits across the chambers busy typing away on their laptops. This has been a very effective way for me to speak to my constituents by pointing to the practical changes this assembly can make in the communities I represent. But since that approach hasn't really worked, when I speak to this government today, I would like to take a different track. This time, I want to take a step back and make a point. in terms of bigger picture and hope that this time my point is carried through in this chamber a little further. A long time ago, it was this government belief that they should invest in small communities that were struggling to help get people on their feet and their local economies moving, especially during tough times. Well, this isn't that kind of budget, because my communities are getting nothing. And these hard times aren't due to some uncontrollable economic cycles. Our communities have been on constant decline because of this government long-standing inaction. More recently, governments have focused on cutting debts, and creating an attractive environment for businesses. This isn't that type of budget either. We are still waiting for modern regulations. Our debt keeps growing, and the government is still under our territories are our largest employer. While other jurisdictions cut royalty rates to foster development, we scare businesses away and end up collecting a grand total of nothing in royalties. So what is this government doing? It's sinking small communities while giving privileged classes in Yellowknife a bigger slice of shrinking pie. The city isn't an island. My people will keep coming here for services their own communities are losing. The tax base this government relies on will disappear because my people can't get jobs. Health and social services will keep paying more to treat sicker people, and I fear that all public safety tools we are reaching for will be undermined by growing destruction. Every time we ask for funding for critical services to reverse these trends, this government first response is that our asks are not physically sustainable. By the territory this budget is building, and the previous budget the finance minister has tabled isn't sustainable either. Not physically sustainable, not economically sustainable, not socially sustainable. It is not sustainable to ignore our rights. It's not sustainable to keep our families in overcrowded homes. It's not sustainable to let our graduation rates drop off a cliff, and it's not sustainable to let our mines close. Taking impact benefit agreements funds with them, with new economic development on the horizon, with no new economic development on the horizon. There aren't someone else's problem. The government of the Northwest Territories may not be a party to the treaties, but they are still having a duty to uphold them. The federal government didn't transfer administration of these services to this government so they could turn around and ask Ottawa to pay for everything. Back in the day, there were some pretty heated debates over establishing a public government for the Northwest Territories. But if anything is harming that idea today is budget like this. Budgets that march our territory back under the mercy of the federal government. When our communities aren't self-sufficient, our territory isn't self-sufficient, and it is not our communities who plan to sit around cap in hand waiting for handouts. They're ready for development. Their skills, they're ready for meaningful employment. They want to own their own homes. It's this government that denies them that opportunity to succeed, and then tell them to go to Ottawa for services it is supposed to provide and rights it's supposed to uphold. So, Mr. Speaker, there is no plan in this budget. There's no vision. There's no jobs, no education, no improvements to healthcare, no Indigenous-led housing. This government takes care of itself, consults itself, accommodates itself. Plain and simple, my communities don't consent to this poor leadership. They want to make their own decisions. They want to create their own destiny. This is what the treaties promises. I was elected to represent my constituents. I took an oath to uphold our treaties, and I'll do so for as long as I have the privilege to sit in this chamber. And that means voting tonight on another bad budget from the minister. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting this budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Süüğüné Yatıé. To the motion, member from the Sahtu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I look back at the last 24 months there, Mr. Speaker, This assembly started off as an approach to restoring balance. Restoring balance gives you the privileges of taking a percentage in your position with the fiscal responsibility. Policy to design and implement the capital allowance. When I look back at the SAW2, to a large degree, it wasn't the SAW2 that I remember in previous years. We started off with a colleague from the Mackenzie Delta providing me assistance to look at a chart showing the SAW2 seen 448 medevacs out of the region in 3 years. It doesn't defy the purpose of the expense of that particular trip, but a large amount is directed to recovery of the addictions that are placing our people in impoverished conditions. The workforce is not available. Actually, it's being a burden to this government. And look at the delayed projects. However, it wasn't the end of the story. Just last year, this government awoke a capital project to build the Toledo Health Center. And showing that recapitalization and energy to finish what we started was flying in 90 DC-3 loads of materials so we can get going with the project. And I highlight the other differences, the other negative impacts that lowering our ability as a region to become a standalone region. Just recently, as we all know, the departure of our Imperial Oil, a legacy oil field that was established by Tommy the Ox. Now, when I look back at that legacy oil field, which produced a lot of wealth to the stakeholders, and when I look back at the all-government approach to accessing capital for the purpose of economic resilience, we still have in our toolbox those abilities to strengthen what was there. And the floods, the fire conditions, adding costs to our territorial government. And the regulatory reform, it's underway. You have these tools in your toolbox, and it's called devolution. Why can't we use devolution to strengthen our regulatory process and maybe even entertain the idea or the concept of approaching it for total control over that resource development management? You have the systems here. You've got the regional agencies, which is a co-management structure, to give approvals so projects could efficiently go ahead and start producing royalties. Government operates on taxes and royalties. In my recent trip to the Prospectors Conference in Toronto, I was very surprised. We are not that bad, considering the fact that non-renewable resource in the diamond sector is declining. We have 3 candidates that are on the threshold of moving forward. One of the 3 companies that we had met, and we met several, but one of the 3 stands out to me that is near shovel ready. They have secured the financing to move ahead. And as we all know, the benefits coming from a project to ensure that you're going to get benefits is securing financing. And financing has definitely been secured, so the project's going to go ahead. I have every thought and talks that the coming years, we should be focused on the coming years and preparing ourselves for what's coming. There's an economic tsunami coming. We've already seen that in the procurement phases on Mercs for the $10 billion that is coming. Commitments from the military spending is going to contribute and escalate beyond expectations of what we've seen already. So in reality, Mr. Speaker, it's really not as bad as what it is. We need to get our tools identified in the toolbox and get ready to prepare for that wave of opportunity that's coming in all our areas. And again, Mr. Speaker, when I look back at the SA2, which we'll be going home to visit in the coming days, it's not that bad. We as leaders make decisions on this institution that covers 33 communities. Yes, a large portion of our budget comes from our federal counterparts, but we still have the ability to recognize the resource potential you have here. Now let us design a recovery plan to recognize that potential. How can we expedite these projects? Through the regulatory redesign, and at the same time look at devolution. So I'll be supporting this budget, Mr. Speaker. I feel my people that I represent want to move on. They want to know what are the tsunami economic conditions coming so we can prepare for them. And yes, it was a shock to the Northwest Territories, at the same time to the residents and business communities of Norman Wells, that the imperial oil production is going to shut down. But as some would say, one dying industry supports emerging one. During the PDAC discussions, a mining company is coming to our community of Norman Wells and coming to our community of Toledo to talk about critical mineral potential in the Sawtooth. With this government, we supported access for clients in the industry community to access critical mineral infrastructure fund. So by combining and uniting our offices, we can see results. And we just seen that this morning there, Mr. Speaker, by the mobilization of 3 modular units into the smallest, one of the smallest community in the Northwest Territories. The children were overwhelmed with excitement, greeting the big trucks that brought in their school. So we have to design our toolbox to implement the tsunami that's coming and prepare the workforce. Awareness on what's coming is critical and specific to encourage our residents to remain here, because we have a bright future ahead of us. You only could imagine what may come and think to yourself, the Banff of the Northwest Territories is in the Sawtooth. So much potential. I believe any accountant would love to be analyzing the revenue potential and looking at how much our government could make. Right now we have a budget here that we can design and still balance a budget that supports your fiscal responsibility policy for next fiscal year's preparation for capital planning. Now let's look at what we have. In 7 years, Mr. Speaker, we talk about restoring balance through increased revenues, reductions by reducing expenditures, layoffs. Meanwhile, in 7 years, this government has made approximately close to $50 million from the tax revenues and separating the YZF airport. Now, if you look at that, you look at the Heritage Fund, and you look what's coming in the next 7 years, your cash flow predictions are already there. Now you got a huge client coming in, D&D with a large footprint and tax revenues, and more landing fees. So at times we have to look back and see what we accomplished and look ahead. In the private sector, they do 5-year, 10-year plans with anticipation that revenues are going to be there to support that 5-year plan. So in summary, in closing, Mr. Speaker, our chair led off the statement to the budget. I totally agree with that. In ending, thank you, and I will support this budget. Masicho.
Thank you. Thank you, member from the Sawtooth. To the motion. To the motion, member from Huron Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am voting in support of this budget since I feel that the budget and the associated commitments that we have negotiated represent significant investments that will benefit people across the territory and changes that people will actually notice, things that will actually improve their lives. I think any of us, including each of the cabinet members, could stand up at any time and list 100 things that we don't have in the territory. 100 things that we want, and 100 more things that we want done better. But we don't have the resources to do 100 new things and another 100 things better each year. And if that was the bottom line for being able to pass a budget, we'd probably never be able to pass one, and we'd never be able to fund any government work, let alone new initiatives. We have to pick a handful of priorities. And that doesn't mean picking around the edges and only doing tiny, meaningless things. It means tackling the biggest issues, the biggest problems, and being strategic about investments that lay the foundations for big improvements. Now, I spoke at length in my member statement today about positive developments and investments on the healthcare front that we've all worked hard to secure, so I won't repeat those comments here. I will say, however, that they're not all fluffy policy commitments. Maybe some members have failed to notice, but we have been promised real money to come forward in a supplementary appropriation in the May-June sitting to fund real new frontline positions, new practitioners who will join our integrated care teams. I also wanted to be sure to highlight that the commitments on education are also significant. We see $30 million in new funding for inclusive schooling that will allow us to quickly respond to the anticipated recommendations in the forthcoming inclusive schooling review. So that's key because we know that our struggles in education are urgent. That money will be able to support needs that are more than apparent already, even without being able to see the final inclusive schooling review report. We know that we need more of the specialized supports, such as speech-language pathologists and other clinical services that this money will fund. I also appreciate the Education Minister's receptiveness to the ongoing advocacy by several members in this House, including myself, for better literacy supports, the commitment to pursue consistent early literacy screening in junior and senior kindergarten, I think is a really good start. In terms of post-secondary education and workforce development, which many of us have kept emphasizing over and over again, financial support is now being provided to Aurora College to ensure that there will be a fall 2027 cohort for Bachelor of Social Work and Bachelor of Education degree programs. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't run through all the various aspects of this budget. I know it's late and we're all tired, but I am not hesitantly or reluctantly supporting this budget. I am happily supporting this budget as I believe it represents significant steps forward that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A member from Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I came into this role, I did not expect to come into the Legislative Assembly with knowing that the learning centers community learning centers were going to be shut down. The residents of my riding put faith in me that their lives would become somewhat better. But halfway through, or a quarter of the way through our mandate, we're getting a notice that the learning centers were going to shut down. That was a big hit to myself and to the residents of the Northwest Territories as a whole. But sometimes money is put in a back burner because safety and the well-being of our community residents is put in the forefront, and that's what I've been fighting for the residents of Siguichik. They wanted a police presence, a full-time police presence, nurse. But in this budget, they stated that they would work with the community, work with the RCMP, and see how much presence they can provide the residents of Siguichik, because at this time they're fearing for their life with the influx of hard drugs coming into their community while there's no support, police support, and it's overwhelming them. So there's a lot of other factors. I've always stated that, you know, if the Dempster Highway didn't go through our region, we'd have absolutely nothing in this budget. It's heartbreaking to go back to my community this coming weekend and answer questions about what's good in this budget for us. We need overwhelming factors to be considered for us to live a healthy life. There's prices going up all over. We can't go, we shouldn't be going any further backwards. We can only build on what we got, and I have to accept that. I have to accept that, you know, we got little police presence in the community of Siguichik for their safety. And hopefully we can get a nurse there a couple of times a week or something in that fashion. But sometimes money is safety overrides the dollar. So I'm somewhat happy. I'm not exactly happy for the whole budget. I think with the limited amount of money that's passing through our communities, I think this government should think seriously about negotiating with our local companies on contracts so that money can stay in the Northwest Territories and help our communities. If they're not going to pour money directly into our communities, then start negotiating these contracts. It'll be a good start. It'll make our communities happier. There's companies within our three communities that provide a lot of employment once they get contracts with the government of the Northwest Territories. Like I said, that I hope we're not going to go any further backwards. We can only build on what we got. Maybe in the next budget we'll have a police officer in Siguichik, but that fight's been going on for over 40 years. It's just me continuing it, and we got till next year, and I'll continue to fight this battle for the community of Sigachik and other projects that Fort McPherson, Aklavik, and Sigachik may want. They ask me a lot to fight on their behalf for negotiated contracts, and I hope the government is listening because we have nothing. We need more. We asked for gravel. Maybe it could have been done in phases, but it was put out back on the local government's table for them to consider, and they said they'll have personnel resources to help them. So it's reluctantly, but I will be supporting this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. To the motion. Gentlemen and ladies, please, somebody put their hand up so we can go. Member from the Date Show.
Hand up already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I looked at my budget address and tried to figure out how I was going to deal with this. And it's been quite a time learning here. I have to say that and learn about how everything works and how I wanted some stuff. I put some stuff on the list, and I'm thankful for what I got. I mean, some of my colleagues said here, you can't get blood from a stone, and we're in a deficit, and for me, I'm very thankful that I asked for phase 3 power. I wanted that, but it has to be worked in a way that I know that it can happen. When? Maybe next time we do a budget, like my colleague from McPherson said. I know, and I'm glad that slowly, and it's going to take time. I know that things take time. I want something. It's not like we get everything we want right away. Things take time. So I understand that, and I will continue to work with the departments to support my people back home. I will continue to ask for them. We don't have a land claim settlement in the Decho riding, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult for us. But I will continue to ask. I will continue to work for the people, continue to bring ministers into the region so people can talk and ask questions about what they need. There's lots that, we need a lot, but I know things take time. And I'm glad we have the teacher education program put back in. I'm all for education. I want people to get, the more education people have, the more knowledge people have, the better they're able to make good choices in their life. It's not always about money, but we make it always about money. What about spending time with children? Spending time out on the land? We have there's money for on the land programs. I'm thankful for that. We're dealing with a lot of addictions in our community. That is not about money. That's about that's a people issue. We need to spend time together, do things together, talk together. I'm passionate about this kind of stuff because that's the type of work I was doing before I came into this house. So I'm grateful for that. Like I said, there's a lot that we don't have, but we'll get there. Things take time. With that, I want to say thank you, and I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
To the motion. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's getting late, and I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum because I'm sure the last thing anybody in this house wants right now is a 20-minute speech from the member for Frame Lake.
We love your speech.
Let's be real here. Let's be real, Mr. Speaker. Come on. Okay.
Well, if you get on with it.
Yeah. Boy, okay.
I can go. I can go. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that I think, I want to echo a lot of what the member for Nunavut Lake spoke to. And, there's been some different perspectives shared here, and I'm not going to get too deep into it. But I will say that for me, I'm proud of the work that we've done over the past month and a half. It's been maybe even a bit more time than that. I mean, budget for all of us really starts in mid-January, if not a little bit earlier. And it's a grind. We all know that. People have spoken to it in the past, and so a lot of work has been done here. I am proud of that work, and I feel that we achieved a lot over the past few months. And interestingly, I actually feel this is one of the more successful negotiations we've seen in terms of thinking about the list that AOC put together, the things that we agreed upon fighting for, and what we were able to get from the government in concessions through the negotiations that our chair and deputy chair worked so hard on. I actually think that we achieved a lot. And I'm happy with a lot of what we achieved. And, the member for Yellowknife North mentioned a few of the things. And I think just for sake of time, I'm going to spare speaking to all the different things I'm happy about. I can talk about those things in my newsletter with specific constituents. Certainly there's a few who I'm going to be reaching out to who I know are going to find meaning in some of the things we achieved because they were the people that I had in mind when I was bringing this forward. So I'll be emailing them directly and saying, hey, here's what we got for you. I just want to speak a little bit to the hard work and what goes into getting us to where we are, Mr. Speaker. I think that sometimes, certainly when I was, before I ever took a seat in this assembly, I didn't know much about Committee of the Whole and what goes on there. It was something I never thought about at all. But it's somewhere that I now spend significant amounts of my time preparing for and working in. And it stands out to me, Mr. Speaker, that in Committee of the Whole, effective lines of questioning, working with our colleagues across the floor, and all of the time that people don't see, the time that I spend in ministers' offices talking to them about specific issues, talking about things that matter to me, asking them for advice. How can I be most effective on this issue that matters to me, and how can I help you be effective on it too? That's where the rubber really hits the road. That's the hard work. That's the work that people don't necessarily see. It's not something I was particularly familiar with before I got in here, but what I have been working hard, exhausting myself doing over the past number of months, and those months are long before this budget process started. This work is ongoing. And so I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this budget process, in my reply to the budget address, I spoke to us being stronger together. I do believe that. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about that work, that when we are working together, that's how we can be effective. And speaking to being effective, I thought that I received a very good piece of advice in these budget negotiations, and that was that we are most effective as a group, as AOC, when we find common ground on issues, when we do the hard work of negotiating our way through that and figuring out what are the issues that we all stand together on, what are the things that we can all really support that are important to this territory as a whole, not this or that riding where we do support one another from time to time, but what are the issues of territorial importance that we can all agree upon? Yes, this is what we need to hammer down on. That's where we're most effective. I really appreciate that advice. I listen to it. And it's what stands out to me when I look at the things we have been able to achieve as a group. And I'm very proud of some of the things that AOC has achieved. The key one is the $150 million of housing money. That is something that AOC worked very hard on. It took us a couple of years of hard work and hard negotiations, but we got there. And that is more money than any AOC has ever gotten out of any government for housing in the history of this assembly. That is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. And it shows me that when we work together, when we come together on common issues, we can be effective. So that's what stands out to me. I want to thank all the different cabinet members I just mentioned, whose offices I spend time in and who I talk to and pester and probably sometimes annoy greatly, constantly pressuring them on different things and asking different questions and submitting BFs and all the different things that we do, for taking the time to work with us, to give us that advice, to help us be effective. I think we are all ultimately pulling in the same direction. All of us are here because of how much we care about this territory and how much we care about the people that we represent. I don't think anybody in this room can disagree about that. We may have different perspectives on how to get there, and I've talked to members who I disagree with about that, but what motivates us to be here and the outcomes that we are looking to achieve are very similar at the end of the day. And I think that's something to reflect on and to think about. And I'm going to end on that point right there, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of the budget. Thank you.
From Prim Lake. To the motion. Member from Mophie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that we are not going to get everything that we want or we negotiated, knowing we are in deficit, but working together, we can still get stuff that we ask for. I know that I'm not going to get the water truck, sewer truck for essential services in Klitschko region, but especially for the small flying communities. But, you know, at this time, it's not the end, just like my colleague said. It's an ongoing thing that we have to keep working on. I would like to see that because they provide, you know, community government provide a lot of essential services, and we can't live without water. We know that. And, you know, I asked for our CMP in Gamity and Wikwiti, but I'm quite pleased with the accommodation to improve the justice systems, especially in overnight accommodation in Gamity. That's okay. You know, at least we're getting somewhere. And I asked for 3 DMV positions. I got none, but that's not the end. I know where to go to get, you know. I will still try to get some, you know. It's not the end. But I'm, you know, like, with a 2-year term position, I hope it doesn't stop there, you know, with the ECC. I hope it's going to result into indeterminate positions. And the North Slave office, 2 times a week, every 2 weeks, that's not enough. But hopefully it will turn into a full-time, you know, with a strong advocate. You know, I'm not going to stop just because, you know, like they have it there. I'm going to continue fighting for more jobs because we know that in NWT with the mine closing, we're going to need more jobs. We need to create more jobs or transfer more jobs to small communities because the small communities have to live and survive too as well. So it doesn't mean that it's going to end here, you know. You know, I'm okay with it because I know what to do in the future. I know that, you know, if I just have to go and talk to them or make it part of our budget negotiations. Another one too is that, you know, I asked to create Klitschko region. At least now it's been addressed yesterday too, that an effort will be made by GNWT to work with Klitschko government for establishment of a standalone Klitschko administrative region. You know, that's okay. I mean, it's in there, you know. So I'm quite pleased about that. But I know that the elders have said to me many times when I first campaigned, they said, you know, like, if you work alone, you're not going to get anything done. But if you work together, collectively, you can get a lot of things done. And I do appreciate and I thank my colleagues here for helping and working with me. To even my Yellowknife colleague advocated for Klitschko region as well. All of them, I really do thank them. Like, you know, Mr. Hawkins, you know, Kiro, Mr. Tester, Juliet, Mr. Morris, Miss Reed, and Miss Morgan. I really, you know, they really did advocate for the Klitschko administrative region. So I really do appreciate that. So that's working together. And that's what the elders have said, is that you can't do it alone. You got to do it together. If you guys work well together, we can go, you know, long ways. We know that the GNWT is in deficit. So we just I'm quite pleased. I mean, I would like to get more, but I am okay with what we have right now because there's still room for improvements and there's still time that, we can get more things for our region. So with that in mind, at this time, I will support the budget. Thank you.
To the motion. To the motion. Member from Illinois Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to correct one piece of information from the member of Montfouille. I felt like we were working for her, not necessarily working with her. So, but in the spirit of collaboration, because I mean, many of us recognize her particular desire of wish of that the Montfouille riding being peeled out as a specific area or economic region in the budget, and in a lot of ways it makes sense just by itself, saying, hey, can we target? So I mean, when she needed support for that, I can't see why anyone would oppose that. I'm not saying they're getting it. It's aspirational in this the statement yesterday. So we yet to see if it actually does anything. And as I told the member from Montfouille yesterday, my humble opinion is it has nothing to do with the Toledo government. It has everything to do with the Minister of Finance saying it needs to be done. I mean, it's not the Toledo government's budget. It's the GNWT's budget. Now, we differ on that. We differ on that perspective. It's the old splitting hairs. But the fact is, I think that really matters. It's our budget, not anyone else's. So, Mr. Speaker, well, let's jump into a couple of things. We didn't ask for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. We asked for a couple dozen things, and some things cost money, some didn't, some were rewording even, administratively. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, the challenge of that is I just felt like we were negotiating against ourselves. I don't even know why we call it negotiating some days. I think that the budget should have started off by talking about the unstoppable sleeping economy that's about to take over. Should have been the theme of this, how we're going to turn this around. Should have been the theme of what we're going to do. I don't feel that the budget itself addresses the economic cliff, if I may stress, that we're facing with such ferocity. I mean, I was thinking yesterday, do we have any more mines to announce a closure? Do we have any left? I mean, if we're lucky to get somebody saying we want to open one, that could be 10, 12 years. We all know the process doesn't happen overnight. We'll be lucky to get a couple of the lithium project, maybe get a lithium project before the end of this current decade off the ground. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that the market on one of the products, not worth a lot of money, and there's such competition, one project virtually kills the next one, because there's not a need for that product on the market. It doesn't cost a lot of money, it doesn't make a lot of money, and if your project's more accessible, it's going to make it tough. I've spoken to the folks here, they are worried. Yes, they're planning and they're proceeding as if the project's a go, but I always worry. And they're worried too. Mr. Speaker, I think the budget's an opportunity to be a catalyst of success, not a demonstration of status quo. And I've been part of many budgets over the years, and I just find that the resilience of the 11 members, as much as we try hard to draw a line, but when you show up at the last 2 weeks just before session and saying, here's your budget, ta-da, and then what do you think, even though it's in print? And what do you think this is the one we're going to table? And what do you think, send us over your ideas? And then it boils down to is what we really think is more of a, as they say, an epimetheus, which is basically an afterthought, it feels like. I feel like it's constantly, if the government was being proactive to engage the 11 members, which is hard enough in on itself, because we're 11 individual members. It'd be a lot simpler if we were one party. We're not a party, we're a consensus government. I'm not trying to get people wound up here. But we are individual islands, little shoals, archipelagos. It only once in a while we come together as one force. And we can't even hold the line. Why? Because at the 11th hour of the budget cycle that we're just about to finish, people are tired, they're cranky, they just want to go home, they want to go on their holidays, they want to give up. Can we do any more? I don't care. Give me something and I'll go away and I'll vote for yes. Just make it in. I think our job is to continue to hold the government's feet to the fire. And I'm not sure the fortitude is being demonstrated this time around. As a matter of fact, I actually feel like the government got away very cheap this time around. And I'll come back to that because I really think on paper, yet to be determined actually in dollars, but I think in paper, it really is only a $10 million success story. And I'm not even sure on that, because if you ask the question of why am I not sure, it just seems like back to what my colleague from Range Lake had said. They were doing much of this already. They just reprofile it. I mean, it feels like a government announcement, the federal government, where they announce, and then, we're going to do this project 6 months, a year later, they re-announce the same project and arena. I felt like it was a restatement of the government's goals and objectives. Very little seemed to crack the interest in the sense of it was new for us, based on our asks, that is, Mr. Speaker. For me, seeing something, immeasurable, our suggestions in that sense, it would be so important to see them in there in a manner that we know that they would stay. Or sorry, I said immeasurable, I meant immutable, whereas then they're locked in. And so that, for those who are curious, wondering what that is, that means basically you can't change it. There is, I just was suggested a minute ago saying, are we better off today than we were when we took office? I'm not sure you can tell the difference. How we tell the difference is our hopes are higher, our economy is lower, and our dreams that the federal government will save us are really picking up momentum. Because if it isn't for the federal government coming here saying we're going to put $5 million in the Yellowknife region, or sorry, my apologies, $5 billion in the Yellowknife region, $5 billion in the Inuvik region, that they might move to Yellowknife better. No, I'm kidding. But in truth, without that, I don't know what we'd see. I really don't know. I mean, if it wasn't for that type of conversation, I mean, my goodness, back to the mines. Is there any mines left to close, to announce their closing? So let's pair out here a little bit of what the minister had said yesterday. So she talks about a meaningful role of shaping the government. Again, I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to revisit that. But even if you took the influence of 11 members, it's worth 0.015% of the budget. And that's assuming, based on, we had the influence of the $40 million. So in other words, the 10 plus the $30 million for the enhancement to childcare. So I hate to think, it's a rounding error for our efforts here. And our efforts are restatements of programs that some are not even real, they're notional, and some are theoretic. Because some of this isn't even coming in this budget, it's planning. We'll never see it. Well, don't worry, we agree to the plan, and the plan will come later, and we assure you. And I'll get to that too. I'm reminded of one of the things that used to drive me crazy about one of the former finance ministers. He always used to say, the fullness of time. That's what this response feels like. One day, someday. That's my saying. And it feels like, well, just hold your breath, one day, someday. The notional part. Members, to my understanding, want movement on the inclusive schooling file. Absolutely. Members, I think all members, to their credit, not one over the other, not one higher than the other, not one less than the other, Mr. Speaker. I think it affects everyone, including cabinet. And I think seeing movement on the inclusive schooling file gives me a real sense of juxtaposition. I'm not happy what they're presenting because they don't have a plan. And even we heard from the Minister of ECE, it's still coming. So we're not sure what we're agreeing to, and that's always been a factor of me, which is I want to know what I'm agreeing to. I'm willing to agree to something I don't like, I'm willing to agree to something I don't support, but I want to know what I'm agreeing to. We're agreeing to a notional plan saying $30 million is coming forward, but we don't quite know yet what it is. Again, it's the federal decisions that are going to make life better. As far as the primary care file, I mean, one day people are railing against the public administrator and then the next day they're saying he's the greatest. I'm not sure. I'm confused because, we want things in this particular file, and I think, in essence, all of us want things, but I mean, it's confusing that we're actually getting what we want. I don't feel like going through the finance minister's full statement, but I do feel it's demonstrably disappointing because I don't feel like we actually made an actual impact. I feel like what we've been told is, you guys did a great job. That's a good AOC. Yeah, you did really good. Don't worry. Oh, you held us. Oh, don't worry. 0.015% of the budget. Oh yeah, you really held us over a barrel. Oh yeah. Mr. Speaker, when I see things like the CLC, they're gonna basically keep the lights on for 2 more years. Well, they were gonna do it anyway. It's the GNWT's buildings. We don't have any clear-cut plan on this, but they're restating it as a whirlwind success. And I think it's been raised by many people. We still have our MRA problems. You know, I would have liked to have seen on the side, not to consume attention, some real hard studying and commitment to why our resource industry is tanking. Now they'll say they're doing some work behind the scenes and it'll come someday, one day. Remember that phrase? And it's frustrating because our mining industry, we are a mining territory. And as I said the other day, you can't tourist your way into a new GDP out of this problem. You can't be. I mean, I like art, I buy art too. We had friends here recently, we said, go on an Aurora tour, spend some money. As a matter of fact, the speaker, you know this, almost cost me money taking a visitor to the Diamond Center. I don't know how he survived that visit. The point being is we can only tourist our way so much out of this problem, and it's not gonna have an effect over the greater GDP. So hoping the feds will save us seems to be the theme of this budget. I worry when we get to talking about the Mackenzie Valley, members wanted committed routes, some details, whether it's the Tallston, to move it forward. And I'm so worried about that because, you know, deep down inside, I wonder if that's ever going to happen. I mean, I like the concept of the project. I really do. I think it's a great plan. But we don't spend enough time talking about, really, will the water be there in 5 years, 10 years? Will the water be there for the capacity and the amount of money we're going to spend? Will the customers be there to do that? Oh, we'll worry about that in a couple of years. But we've been spending more than 20 years on this particular problem, and we still don't have a route. I am glad, again, the juxtaposition about how I feel about this budget, but yet I'm pleased about it, is I'm glad to hear they're going to ring the bell of opportunity in the social work program, the education program. But I've also suggested, you know, even not that long ago in the fall session, about trying to open the door to other trades and opportunities where we could work together through Aurora College. You know, I've highlighted some. But there seems to be little uptick trying to say, how do we create this when I'm providing opportunities? Suggestions that the department, the minister, or in the college could run with. Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, listening to the words about how different people felt about the child and youth advocate, how it bothered people, we couldn't get a simple yes on this. As a matter of fact, I thought if there was one issue, remember that little islands and we all come together once in a while when the tide goes out and we all form one sort of fixed piece? I thought the child and youth advocate was the one. I really thought people would dig in and just say, no, 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 till you do that. It could have been a simple yes, 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 and we will commit money now to bring it online, and we'll commit money in the future to bring it in live. They could have said, we're going to hire 2 people to design the office and bring it online. And again, this is no different than what I said, you know, the previous week. How come 10 provinces and 2 territories understand how important this is, and we can't see that? Like I said, I thought that was one that would really have made a difference. Mr. Speaker, another thing that would have made a difference, and I've, you know, certainly not been quiet about this, and I appreciate those who were willing to support the initiative, and some days it really felt like it was pulling teeth, was the fact that, you know, trying to advocate on behalf of the RCMP for a health crisis intervention team as a pilot. This is something the RCMP would welcome. This is not breaking new ground, Mr. Speaker. It's breaking ground on how we currently do business. And sometimes I think that that's the fear of this current design of the budget system, the budget process, the budget negotiations, if you call them, is that this is the only way it works. There are many ways for it to work. You know, being the Dean of the House, you know, an old dog in the sense of legislative years, maybe not, you know, oldest, you know, as we know we've got a few more gray-haired silver foxes around this room. But the truth is, in the old days, you know, the old governments used to spend time coming to the members in the fall and showing them, saying, how do we work some stuff into your budget? or sorry, our budget. Well, it's everyone's budget, to be truthful. You know, there was that give and take early. You know, maybe they would have gone to the committee AOC and said, you know, MLA for the debt show, what's important to you? And they would have said, oh, well, maybe three-phase power mattered to me. It really matters, and it'll make the difference in this community. Like it would change the community. And then go back and think about it and evaluate it and come back and say, you know, okay, well, we can't quite get there yet, but maybe what we'll do is we'll work with you to create a plan to get there. Maybe not this budget, but we'll show you we're working hard. So you have something to go home with and show them we're moving the file beyond a no. And nothing's worse than we know better, not just know. We know better. In those days, it was quite collaborative. Yes, the government got most of what they want, but at the same token, they said members need wins. How many members, you guys must be sick and tired of me saying this, but it matters. Members need wins. And it frustrates me that if somebody gets a win, we can't find ways to stick together for other members to get wins. I mean, I'm not picking on my colleague from Montfouille, but I just want to make a sense that, you know, I was very supportive of the Talitha one. I'll go around, I'm very happy for Mackenzie Delta getting their things. But I mean, all of us need wins, not just one or two of us. Like the government has all the resources to do all the decisions, and then they come to us in a format of saying, this is how it's going to go. Convince us otherwise. But it's almost impossible to convince otherwise because we're 11 individual groups, and that's important, and that can't be lost. 11 individual groups. There's nothing that binds us or holds us together. Perhaps hopes, perhaps dreams, but there's nothing that holds us together. Mr. Speaker, I feel like this government is going to miss an opportunity, and, you know, in the sense of, for example, the land administration. That comment was in the minister's response yesterday. I mean, I cannot stress enough. I don't know how I'm so worried we're going to mess this up. And I am terribly worried. I mean, we hear Yellowknife City Council, we hear Nuvik Council, we hear Hay River Council. They all want land. And it continues to be a clear-cut illustration of lead feet moving forward. You know, when I was a young person in the 80s, not completely young, but they talked about the land lease policy, we'll solve things. I even brought it up the other day about Justice Berger saying, oh, don't worry, we'll solve land claims and we'll get through this in about 10 years. Oh my goodness, Justice Berger. Well, he undershot that guess. But land matters. Now, I'm happy to hear that they want to put a couple more people in the system, thank goodness. I just hope it changes the problem because, you know what, the federal government can't wait for us. And as a matter of fact, it's sad to say we almost require the international crisis for us to move forward on success. And I feel horrible as a person thinking about we need bad news for us to have good news here. I don't want to be that person. I don't think anyone does. But if we can't get our stuff together and aligned quickly, what do you expect the federal government to do? I mean, do you want them to issue a parliament order that they're seizing property and they're going to do this and they're going to do that? I mean, I said at the opening of the budget during the start, which is we should have been rolling out the carpet, the red carpet, the big carpet, and saying, thank God you're coming. Because hopes don't fill bellies. They're great stories. So, Mr. Speaker, I really feel like if you assess what the members asked for, and even not that, because they're restated priorities, most of them within the government of what they are doing, but even if you just said they were ours, we're down to $10 million, and that's 0.003 of the budget. That doesn't feel like a win. That feels like the crumbs that fell off the floor, or fell off the table and onto the floor. Just enough to tease us to come back next budget. So as everybody says, you can't get what you want, always want, I just wish we felt like we got it once in a while. I wish I could be standing here saying I'm voting for this budget because I'm so excited that half the members' asks were satisfied. Not even a quarter of the members' asks were satisfied. Very few, Mr. Speaker. And hence, it's a very disappointing process until there's a willingness to open their ears and give members wins once in a while. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Illinois Centre. To the motion, member from Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since I have the dubious responsibility of being the last person to speak to this, I will be short. Mr. Speaker, today is March 5th, 2026. I first met with the Finance Minister on January 5th, Mr. Speaker. I went with my main estimates and my questions, and I peppered her for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, saying, what does this mean? What does that mean? Why is this happening? I don't like this. Explain this. And she answered as much as she could with aplomb and said, you know what, let's take this to round 2. And so 2 days later, I did the same thing again, all over again, on January 7th? 7th. I can do math this late in the evenings, Mr. Speaker. So after that, I then spent 2 weeks in confidential briefings with all of my colleagues, with the minister in January, as well as all of the ministers across the side of the House, Mr. Speaker. And then I've spent 5 weeks here in this House choosing to be the water that wears down ministers and the Premier, Mr. Speaker, on the things that are important to me. And drip, 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 we finally got there, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chair of AOC and the deputy chair of AOC. And I want to thank the member for Saw-2 who taught me to be like water wearing down the rock. So thank you. And I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I apologize deeply if I have made the Minister of Finance's January of 2027 very, very busy. But that is how you get things done. You wear people down and you get what you want. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Great Slave. To the motion. Somebody say question. Thank you. Oh, you want to go again? Minister of Finance.
Okay, I'll try to be brief, Mr. Speaker. I'm reading the room, but I'm not good at it. Mr. Speaker, look, I appreciate comments from all the colleagues. I mean, and it is an opportunity to respond to some of it. I can't respond to every single member's concerns or criticisms of the budget or the process itself, but I do want to hit a few of the highlights. We don't have endless money, Mr. Speaker. We don't have endless public servants. And what I will say is I have now, over the last few years, come to dread the day that I am getting the letter with the first round of asks. This year's letter was over 7 pages long, if I recall correct, or the better part of 7 pages long. And I often brace for what I'm going to see in it. It is detailed. It often involves things like plans, costed plans, targeted plans, detailed plans, frameworks, resources, workforces, so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, we're getting that obviously in the course of having a month or 6 weeks to go in the middle of session. And this is what we're all collectively being tasked in our departments to go and fix. What is different in that process, as I have come to find out, is that what I've been told is that in the past assemblies, the asks were focused on more money here or more money there. And so these detailed asks seeking clarification, extensions, additions to the way the government works is a very different approach to changing the budget. The budget isn't just the new money. The budget is the totality of how the government spends public resources to deliver things for the public. And so what I am asked with these detailed asks on behalf of my colleagues is to fundamentally alter the work that is happening with the $2.7 billion. And the process is one that begins and really begins just about when we leave here tomorrow. Departments almost immediately have to start going in and saying, okay, where have we landed? What are our target adjustments? What did we hear over the course of session? Where do we know those pinch points are going to be in the next year? What were the major themes, topics, highlights, things that we didn't address in this budget, but we know have become major issues. The business planning process for departments and for ministers happens over the fall, so that by December, all of our colleagues here in the House are getting a copy of the draft main estimates. The main estimates do get printed, but we know that they will change. And that process of change, Mr. Speaker, begins, as I think was just detailed, with the January reviews, then the beginning of the discussions in February through now. That formal part of the process is a quarter of the year. A quarter of the year we spend formally reviewing the budget, going through it and negotiating it and discussing it. Of every single calendar year, we go through that process, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of this one, Mr. Speaker, we do have quite a number of, I think, fairly interesting changes that are coming in terms of how government is functioning. And so I did go through them yesterday. I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, it would be my intention to table them as a list tomorrow so that they are more readily available as a tabled document for anyone that wants to have a look at the highlights. But there are a few that are worth mentioning again. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with the education items, and the inclusive schooling item got some attention here today. There was a review underway, and there is a review and a management response being prepared. It was not ready in time to be part of the business planning process. Typically, something like that would go through a business planning process. So we wouldn't even see the benefits of this review until the next budget in 2027. It was obviously abundantly clear that that was not an acceptable timeline to our colleagues here. It was abundantly clear that they were expecting this to move much faster. So no, I don't know the specific details. We are taking an estimate of what the costing will be. We've estimated just roughly through the Department of Finance that this is likely to be a $30 million need. It frankly may well be more, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing is we're prepared to say we're not just going to wait till the next budgeting cycle. We're going to get some of that moving out immediately. That is not a small ask just to go and take a huge review and figure out what to do. But again, that response is coming as a result of the priority set through these last couple of months to identify that we can't wait for next year, that we need to figure out some dollars faster. And even if that's not perfect, we need to do it, and we need to do it quickly. So that's how it's coming. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, with respect to early literacy and screening and intervention, and frankly, the absence of federal funding that may be coming for early learning and childcare, I don't know where that's going to land, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Education doesn't yet know where that's going to land. We can sit back and we can wait. We can say, yeah, well, we'll probably figure it out, or we can be put on the spot now here to say, we're going to make this commitment. We're not going to let this program slide. We are going to make a commitment now, and we're going to figure out the funding. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I think that gives some people in the Department of Finance some queasiness. They would much prefer if we could take this process slowly. Come up with a careful plan, developed over time, carefully costed, vetted through the processes, not here where we say, you know what? Our colleagues have said they can't wait, they won't wait, and they won't pass this budget unless we make that commitment in advance. This actually, Mr. Speaker, if I recall correctly, was the first year, knowing the size and scale of the expectations put upon us by our colleagues, of the kinds of things they wanted to see advanced this year, not next year. This was the first time that we're actually making commitments for next year, saying we will figure this out this year. We will use this year's budget to get this work done, and we're making commitments for budget 2027 now on behalf of the government. It's the first time we've done that, and the reason I think it matters, Mr. Speaker, is it speaks to, again, the totality of the way that our system functions, where we can recognize that there are priorities that we may be working on as a government. But the criticism of when is it going to come, when are we going to see it, when are we ever going to do it? Well, we've now said, okay, I don't have the number for you today, but I'm going to commit that it will come. It will be in the next budget. And I don't think I've ever actually been in a position or been put into the position to have to do that. But those are the demands put on us, that we're not going to let this government be done. We're not going to let the 20th Assembly be done unless you tell us that these things are going to happen. So go get the work done, figure it out, and bring it back. And so that's what we're doing on a number of fronts now, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that colleagues are not just expecting an answer by the May session. Some of these big items, early learning and childcare is a good one, and some of the inclusive schooling money and some of the healthcare commitments, they will take longer to get done right. But again, It is a very different process than what you might see elsewhere, but it's one that I think really does, again, speak to the totality of how do we spend public dollars and how do we decide where to put them, and this is one that truly does respond to that. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, actually, as I'm flipping through my own little list I'm going to table tomorrow, I do want to stop for a moment on the Clecho government item. I know this has also come up this evening, and the administrative region. I do sincerely appreciate the member from Montfouil's, but I've heard from a number of people on this issue, and a lot of questions of what that will look like. I appreciate a bit of grace on this because I do acknowledge that there's a strong expectation that this will get done this assembly, not some future day. But I do feel strongly that we want to make sure we're doing this work with the Clecho government. I know myself and the Premier have had outreach from the Grand Chief on this now in the last couple of days owing to the discussion here and to the commitments made. And so I do just want to reaffirm, I've certainly heard the request that this happen for all of the reasons put forward in the Assembly. So that was in the budget acknowledgements, but again, I want to maybe just double down a little bit, that I've heard that, I understand it, and we're going to find this one, we're going to find a path forward on this, Mr. Speaker. We're going to find a path forward that really meets the needs of the Clecho government and the Clecho people. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to be mindful of time. I want to spend a couple minutes on the health and social services items. This one, there was a lot of attention and a lot of time spent in unpacking these challenges. There's a lot of work happening in primary care reform. There's a lot of work happening on medical travel review. But again, us in the government side saying there's work happening when it's not translating, when it's not answering what members from AOC who are charged with accountability over the government are saying, this is not good enough what you're giving us, the timelines you're giving, the explanations you're giving, the details you're giving are not good enough, and we want to see more. We want to have more clarity, we want to have more commitments for times, we want to have more commitments for what we're going to see and when, and for more commitments on how you're going to do these things. That is fundamentally altering the work and the function of the public servants who are working within the budget that we are seeking to have approved. So to modify what they're doing, how they're doing it, that again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite a testament to the accountability that's been brought to this House, where I sit down with the Minister of Health, her deputy, my deputy, and we all sit and we say, okay, what can we do and how do we do it? So, Mr. Speaker, this was one that has had a lot of attention from our departments in order to make sure that we are making promises here reflective of the issues that have come forward and that will truly push the government in the direction that we are hearing clearly that members in this House want to go. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to maybe, before I conclude, land on the items under justice, because they actually happen to be items that matter a lot to me. And it's the role that we have over here is in the departments that we have. We don't necessarily get a chance to dig into every issue. But when the asks come forward for improvements to small community access to justice on issues that I know have been around since way back in the day when I was still doing circuit courts. And they have long sought for solutions. I have long heard Sigachik and Gamity say, why can't we have RCMP patrols? Why the court doesn't come here? These are not new asks. But Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that the minister, in receiving these asks, said we are going to solve this. We're going to figure something out. It's not perfect. I can't force the RCMP to open a detachment, and it's not a simple request, but we've found some solutions that I believe will make a significant difference. This ask from the members is what drove this. I appreciate that they brought it forward, and I appreciate that they're willing to let us see if we can make some creative solutions that I hope will truly make a difference for the people in Gamity and Sigachik to have better access to justice and more safety and better sense of safety with the RCMP. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude. I do want to commend the members. Again, the questions that are in question period are only part of the story. The questions that we hear in the Committee of the Whole, the media doesn't always pay attention to us here in Committee of the Whole, and maybe doesn't seem to make as good television, but that is the review of the budget. That is the public review of the budget document. Ministers and senior officials sit as witnesses. I commend anyone who has an interest in an issue or an interest in a department to review the Hansard from Committee of the Whole and to see the way that people truly dig into the line-by-line or the function by function of government, because that's where that happens. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the chair and the deputy chair. As I said, it was an overwhelming list. They're having to manage that list too. I appreciate the work that they do. I appreciate the good humor they bring to it. I appreciate the twisting that they put on me to make sure that we truly are finding every last way to deliver within this government and within the way that we do things. It is they are lengthy negotiations. There's lots of back and forth. There's both exchanges of paper and reviews, one to the other. But one thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is it's not what I have found it was many, many years ago, where you bake a few asks in, you'd see your asks and the negotiations were effectively done, or set aside a few million here and there and it was done. When we go through this process, Mr. Speaker, we alter the way that we spend the dollars. We're not just adding new money. You're fundamentally going to change the things that we deliver upon as a government, and that is thank you to the asks, firstly, that members make, to the follow-through on which of those asks and how we want to see them achieved, and what kind of creative solutions we can come up with. It alters the function of government. It makes the function of government better. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, my last word is this. I want to start or end where I started, which is that this territory is at a very challenging crossroads right now. It's been a very difficult several years of successive emergency, successive crisis. Now really we're sitting in the middle of a geopolitical crisis with eyes on the Arctic, and not always positive or welcoming ones, but the eyes of our nation are on the Arctic. And it's our opportunity to stand as elected leaders, to stand and say that we can work together, identify priorities, identify creative solutions, work towards them collaboratively, and that we are ready to do that, to deliver upon projects that will build this country, because a strong North will be a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Finance. Before I call to the motion one last time, I'd like to thank our interpreters very much for staying this late night. I thank you very much for the work you're doing, and I know you guys were supposed to leave at 8, but you guys are still working. I thank you very much for that. So, for the last time, to the motion. Question has been called, and the Minister of Finance has asked for a recorded vote. All those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Nuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Deschaux, the member for Sawtooth, the member for Nuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thibach.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Tunuday-Willowday, the member for Yellowknife Centre, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. Thank you very much. Colleagues, recorded vote. 15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstention. The motion has carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, March 6, 2026 at 10 a.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1071-20-1, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions 35-20-1, 36-20-1, 37-20-1, returns to written questions, written question 32-20-1, 33-20-1, 34-20-1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, Motion 76-20-1, 77-20-1, 28-20-1, 78, sorry. Notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 46, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Committee Report 39-20(1), Table Document 445-20(1), Table Document 483-20(1), Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 34, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, March 6, 2026 at 10 a.m.